Oh, is it working? Okay, now it's working apparently. All right, fantastic. Well, good, I think. Yes. Okay. What's happening? All righty. Okay, so today we're doing the Fundamentals Season 2. Hopefully we can get through a bunch of games. It should be really fun, educational. We're going to be playing players rated 1,000 to 1,500. Yeah, I'm going to be needing people from those ratings. We're going to be doing a little bit of an educational stream today. That's the dealio. We jump over here. You can even see right there. We have our reminders from season 1. We'll go to US West Coast unless people have a problem with that. All right, I'm just going to ask in the old Discord and see who is going to be good. I think we're just going to do this on mostly on like an Elysium style map. I think is going to be good. Yeah, if there's anybody who wants to participate, you got to go over onto my Discord for the moment. There is this link here. Actually, I'll tell you what, we'll go add command exclam fundamentals to participate. Right. It's great. Did that work? Hey, yeah, we're gonna write exclam fundamentals. Okay. All right. Chimps, you are up first. What's his actual in-game name? Anita Parmesan. Okay. All right. So we're going to do every single civ. So I think we just start with Greek and then we'll do Egyptian and then I did a Greek one already, but not against a player. So we'll do it again with Greek against an actual human and then we'll move through it all. Chimps is on his way. Everybody, you guys can watch on hopefully everyone's watching on Twitch until their turn comes up. So that after we get started, it should be pretty good. But yeah, let me walk you through exactly what today's about. So I did say it in the YouTube video, but let me explain it again. The way to get better at this game is there's a few certain core principles that you just need to get better at. And it's really hard to get better at them if you don't already understand the game. So in order to get better at those core principles, things like macro, things like micro, things like defending your position well, things like, you know, making good decisions with your army and stuff, the way to improve all those things is to go into a game plan. This is something that you're probably, I don't, oh, this is him. Is this Chimps? I think this is Chimps. Okay. Yeah, so oh, it is you. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, the way in which you get better at this game is you go into a game plan and then you're going to just do that game plan regardless of what your opponent does. But you're basically going to be trying to make decisions based on what you see inside of your game plan. So you have a couple of different things that you're going to be thinking about, right? So it's got nothing to do with being the strongest strategy in the game. I'm not giving you like the keys to playing Age of Mythology at the highest level. I'm giving you the pathway to get to the highest level you possibly can in Age of Mythology, right? So this is how you get better. This is the 1000 to 1500 level. All right, let's start with episode, I guess this will be episode 2, and we'll see how we go. All right, guys, so this is the Fundamentals Season 2, Episode 2. I'm playing against one of my Discord members, Chimps. I did think about going in and doing a Smurf and playing Rated and just smurfing the ladder and showing it off there, but I thought, you know what, it's not very fun for the people I'm playing against, and if I can manage to do this with the Discord community and with my Twitch chat and my YouTube chat, it'll be better. So I'm going to do it this way. This is episode 2. I'm going to play Zeus again. So this is going to be the second time you see this game plan. So we're going to try and explain everything we're going to do and try and do what we can. So this is going to be the 1000 to 1100 ELO rating. Let's jump into it. I'll explain the game plan as we go along, so that you can make some decisions and things like that, and maybe try and explain why certain things are happening. Do my best to play a little bit slower here, being this is a bit lower level, and we'll see how it goes. So as with always, we are going to be making the build orders very, very simple. I don't believe in complicated build orders for anyone under 2000 rating. If you have got a really complicated build order and you are under 2000 rating, good for you. If you can nail it, fantastic. But I don't think it is the be all and end all. Okay, so now here is my first lesson inside of the game plan series. You want to do as much stuff as you possibly can. You don't want to make the game easier for you. So for example, with this scout here, I am not going to use shift click. This gives me the ability to always know what's happening with it while trying to be as quick with my villages in my base as I possibly can. So you can see I'm checking things, making sure it's all correct, then I bounce back over to my cap. I'm not going to use shift click. Now this is one very, very efficient way to do things, because you're never going to send your scout the wrong way. You're not going to miss out on anything. And 2, it trains you to be very, very quick with jumping between your economic side and your scouting side. So you can see over here, we saw his scout there, which is nice. Villager just popped out. That's going to the wrong side, so we're going to fix that. So I made a mistake, but I fixed it because I'm bumping from my scout back to my town center. The other thing I'm doing while this is going on is I'm constantly looking at my economy here, and I know that I really want to get myself a temple up, so I'm going to do so immediately. I'm also going to be throwing it down in a really safe place. I think putting your temples into safe places is going to be something that's just really smart. Building your base this way is technically the best way to go. Took a little bit of time there with my villagers to sort out my hunt here. That's fine. We're going to go 7 villages onto the food, and then we put an extra villager or two onto wood, and then a couple of villagers over onto gold, and we're going to be advancing. Alright, so come over onto this way. I didn't scout the back side of my base, but I have seen that there's a gazelle there, so I know that that's there. I should have scouted it. So that was a mistake on my part. We also need a house. And we're going to come around this way, and we're just going to clean up the rest of this black fog. And you can see how often my screen is spent on this scout. This is somewhat of an instructional moment, right? This is going to be something I want you to notice when I'm on my army later in the game. Keep that in the back of your mind. When I'm on my army, when I'm looking at other things. All right, it's time to advance. We're going to go through Athena. I'm going to go with 1 villager on temple, 3 on gold, 4 on wood, and 7 on food. Totally fine. I'm going to now go and have a little look-see into my opponent's base. So I see he's getting his temple, he's got his house coming down, he's got his gold mine over here. We are going to run around his base and just get as much information in as we possibly can. Checking out this, I can also get my my adjacent in, grab myself that. And that's a shift click because I really do want to make sure that this guy is coming back here. As soon as I've done the action, I'm back over to my scout. Now I'm checking this. I go, okay, I've still got a little bit of food here, so I can wait on that. But I've got in the back of my mind that those food villages will need to move. The next question I've got is where is his hunt? Where is his wood? His wood's on the back. His hunt was not spotted yet. I think it's over here. I'm not going to scout it. I'm going to run away for the time being and look over onto that. And now at this point, there's too much stuff going on. I'm going to use shift click. It's fine. If there's too much stuff going on, time to use shift click. Okay, so we're in the next age now. I'm going to go for a barracks. I'm going to go for a stable for now. And I'm going to get myself my Heracles out. I'm going to come over onto this one here. Wuhao Boat of Huang Di. Grab that. I also do need to move my villagers over onto the hunt. And I'd love to get myself a house up. So we're going to do all of that. We're on our back hunt. This is what I would like to call not safe. This is less safe than this and this. So I need to fix that up. I'm going to send all these villagers over here. And we're going to start macroing. I need to get more houses in. I'm going to use these villagers over here to continue to defend onto this side. And I'm going to position myself over here. I'm worried about getting attacked here. Not worried about here. Not worried about here. I'm worried about on this side for the moment. I'm going to put some units over here. And every time I hear the stuff coming out of my buildings, I'm going to try and spend my resources. Now, back to my scout. I need to get some information in. I have got my villagers going to gold. I'm building units, and we should be good to go. I'm going to go in here and scout what he's doing because I don't trust anything at the moment. What is happening? Okay, so he's got himself a longhouse. I get another house, and I'm going to scout again. I'm going to get myself a Pegasus out as well, just to see. Look, that's 2 longhouses, and that's a lot of guys over here. Because this is too much going on for me, I am going to come back. Okay, so he has now just dropped himself his god power. Now I could come and attack that. That means he's busy. He's not going to be attacking me. I also haven't seen him drop a... I haven't seen him... Let's just see what's happening. I haven't seen him dropping a stable just yet, so I'm a little bit concerned about what's going to be happening with my units. Okay, that's where he's at. I'm going to come and attack this. This here, I can attack. I don't want him to have it. This is a decision I've made, and I feel like I can make this work. Now, if I can get some damage done, happy days. My army is really strong. I see how many units he has. It's really not that many. He's not going to get this up. So we can deny this nicely. And we just charge in. Attack. And we're just going to keep on getting units out while this is going on. I might even bolt this. If I can run my Minotaur away from here, because there's a lot of heroes, I will. I don't want to lose it. Everything else can kind of do whatever, and I'm back in once the heroes aren't attacking. He is back onto the guy. I can run him away. And this here is the hill fort sort of stopped and back to my thing. You can see that I am fully focused on my army in this moment. I'm not doing anything except for focusing on my army. And the only reason I'm able to do this is because I'm looking over here and that there is painful. I'm going to stay here. If he wants to do this is fine. I'm going to stay. I'm going to run. He's trading a really nice god power to get his thing up, and I'm just going to get out of here. Okay, so our macro is going out the window after this. There was too much stuff going on. I'm going to throw another building down, and we are going to be off to the races now. So I got a lot of damage done. He got a bit of damage done back onto me. I feel like I'm in front here after all of that, but I need to keep scouting. I need to make sure that everything is nice. Now, I could look for more Minotaur angles. I could look for more Archer angles here. I need to get more houses down. But we are just searching. So I do have the angle to attack this back wood line there. I don't want to throw away my scout, nor do I want to throw away this guy. Okay, so we'll get some more things out. I've got myself actually quite a lot of gold. Probably too much. So I'm actually going to take the villagers off of gold here and onto something else. So every time I'm sitting here not doing anything with my army, I'm like consistently looking to make sure that there's nothing going wrong with my economy. I don't want my villagers idle ever. In fact, every time you see the villagers idle, I'm trying to fix that as fast as I humanly can, right? My next port of attack here is actually going to be on his second gold mine. I still have restoration. I took away his, I took away basically everything from him. I'm going to come in here and eat my, get myself another Minotaur, eat my chickens. I think that's probably the closest resources. Keep getting houses up, keep spamming units. Okay, I'm going to get scouting here. I'm going to get scouting on this side. And I can actually set this up like this if I like with a patrol. So I don't have to think about it all too much. And I just keep on making sure that units are getting trained. So every time this queue is empty, it's time to train units. Every time you got resources in the bank, it's time to train units. And if you do that, you're never going to find yourself in a place where you're going to be, when you're going to have trouble. So now I've got two weaknesses here I'm noticing. So I'm just going to split up my army just in case. And we're going to get that sorted out. I'm also finding myself with too many resources. So I just said, why not get myself pickaxe? I could just grab it. I had the wood. I had the food. I didn't have the gold. Let me just get myself pickaxe. And you'll find that every single unique technology operates in that sort of a way. Okay, so he's looking for little cheeky raids and things like that. That's fine. I need more gold as well. I think I have too much on food for the time being, so I'm actually going to move forward onto this gold mine, and I'm going to look for even more Minotaur. I could go next age and things like that, but that's not part of my game plan. My game plan here was to get enough damage done early on that I can then move forward. He's throwing walls up everywhere. That's fine. I'm more than happy to come and just knock some walls down once he moves there. So he's got his guys over there. These guys need to get onto gold. And because I got so much favor in the bank, I'm going to get this technology as well. And we're going to start putting villagers to food again. And we can even start getting ourselves, well, just more Minotaur, I guess, and upgrades. Get this upgrade, get this upgrade, get this. You can even pre-queue these. I am waiting for the moment to see where his gold mine is. And whenever he has this gold mine up, that's when I want to go and attack him. There's plenty of other things you could be doing and looking for extra things. But in this situation, my whole plan here is I need to defend myself and I need to go and attack him on a gold mine when I see that he's there. Now, I still haven't seen that. I'm getting a little bit intrigued as to what's going on. So right now, I'm going to move across the map and I'm going to look to knock this wall down. I have a little inkling that something is going awry here because I haven't... Yeah, he's out of gold. So And the reason I know that is because my gold mine is expired. And if my gold mine is expired, then that's problems. Like, that means he's going to have no gold mine. So I'm coming over onto this side, and we have seen him there. Okay, so now it's time for another barracks as well. Why is it time for another barracks? Because I just got so many resources coming in, and I need to have more infrastructure. So why not get myself more infrastructure? So we knock the wall down. In we come. And at this point, this is a perfectly reasonable fight to take. I have restoration as well. And this here is going to be a very, very simple, easy fight to take. I don't have to micro too much. And once we win this position here, and we've taken him off of that gold mine, and we win the fight, if we win the fight, if we couldn't take this fight, then this would not apply. We can now start thinking about dropping our own second town center. Or go to the next age, one of the two. So I'm going to pull back. I don't want to chase him into his main base here because it's dangerous. I don't have the control, and I have a whole bunch of idle villagers. So let's get that sorted out. A little bit of a mistake from me. Definitely don't want to have idle villagers if you can help it. But now it's time for a town center, and I can keep getting myself my minotaurs out and making my army nice and strong. And I can also send my Pegasus over here. Oh, he's got a guy over onto this. Let's send my Minotaur and some other guys over here. Looks like he's going to get the wall upgrade in. I am going to come this way now. He's still trying to get gold, obviously, so I want to stop that. And I'll literally just, like, if he's got walls or whatever, I'll literally just knock it down, and we're just going to keep on going for the gold. Let's come over onto this, get ourselves more stuff. I need another house, final house. We could also throw an armory down at this point now, because we're at full pop. And we can also grab this final technology. Like, sort of, at any point, you can almost grab those technologies, but still. Now, one thing I mentioned... Oh, there we go, GG. One thing I mentioned in the first season of the fundamentals is that the most important thing to micro is the hero onto myth unit. Now, the second most important thing to micro is your own myth unit. Everything else doesn't really matter. Like, it does, like microing on your archers, that's something to improve. Microing with your hippias onto backline, that's something to improve. Hoplites getting in front of your archers to protect them, that's something to improve. But in reality, the two most impactful micro things you can do are myth unit and hero. So your myth unit are attacking the right units or running away from the heroes, right? If you don't do that, then they're not going to have as much value. So that's this one. So what you'll notice from this, the big takeaway points are: 1, set up that scout to economy hotkey. So I was using 5 on my scout. So I would jump to here, and I would use 3 to come back to my town center. You don't have to use 3. You don't have to use 5. You can use whatever you want, and they're going to help you bounce to whichever position. You could also use your town center hotkey here. This is this hotkey, right? It's the same as double tapping 3 for me. That gets you back to your main base to see what's going on and helps you get faster. And then as you get good at doing that, that translates into your army movements. So when you're moving with your army, you're able to go to your army with Control 5 and back here. And that's sort of how things go. Now, this is tough. I didn't explain it very well during the episode, so let me explain it now. How do I select my army? How do I create a control group so that I can bounce between my army? Well, the easiest way to select your army is by using this hotkey. This is called Select All on Screen. Hang on, let me get my settings up. Let me go to hotkeys. Select All on Screen. Select all. This one. Select all Navy military on screen. I use Shift Space. And Spacebar is what I use for my idle villages. So it's the two most important hotkeys you can have. Shift Space selects everything. And then after I hit Shift Space, I then hit Control 5. And that sets up my waypoint to go between the two. And I've got this as muscle memory. You don't actually have to do it more than like once or twice. Like you do it just as you move your army the first time. Then so long as all of your group doesn't die, you're still going to be able to tab back over to that group and then shift space and you're good. But if you get good at it, then it does help. So yeah, I think if you think about the game plan here, it was fairly simple. We sit back, wait for him to have to be doing something else. We looked at that and we're going to attack it. And you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, that's sort of something to live and die with. That's part of the game plan. If it doesn't work, it's fine. So long as you've been spamming your resources, you should have success. If it doesn't have success, chances are you weren't spending your resources correctly. That's episode number 2 in the books. Hope you guys enjoyed. We're going to move into maybe the next level or maybe a similar level for an Egyptian game next. What's going on, guys? Hope you guys enjoying the fundamentals shenanigans here. Thanks, chimps, for participating. I'm going to put all of these up on YouTube over the course of next week or two. What are the conditions generally for when to take a second town center? Taking a second town center is the condition is I took an advantage. I got an advantage somewhere. It's either I got an advantage somewhere I took a tech, I got an advantage somewhere I got a town center, I got an advantage somewhere I'm going to the heroic age. And it's consistent scouting. All right, so who's next? Who is next? I see there's Tribe at, I think, 1100. All right, we'll go with Tribe. Did you sign up? I need a name though. In-game name. All right. How long are we going to be doing this? Most of the day. So the next one, we're going to play with an Egyptian god. Doesn't really matter which one. They're all the same. For this, you could do this with Set. You could do this with Isis. You could do this with Ra. It really doesn't matter. The concepts are exactly the same. So I will go ahead and custom selection Egyptian on this one for this game plan. Okay, tribe is in. All right. He is also playing as Egyptian, which is totally fine. We're gonna run into strats or gods where if I was playing against a high level Egyptian player, I probably wouldn't do this game plan. You will run into these sort of situations, but you don't know that. And you don't know which gods to do these game plans against until you do them and realize they're not working, right? And if they're not working, it means you got to do a different game plan. But that's not the point. The point isn't to win. The point is to do the game plan and get better. So let's show off the game plan. And we'll see if we can win against Tribe with it. All right, it's time for, I think we're on episode 3 now of the Fundamentals series. This series is going to be an Egyptian versus Egyptian matchup. Doesn't change anything. Our game plan here is going to be basically exactly the same as the Greek one. But you're going to notice that things change. Instead of me using the Pegasus to get scouting, I'm going to have to use the Obelisk to get scouting. We're still going to be using the same concepts, and you're going to be able to find yourself those advantages. So let's jump in and see how it goes. Yeah, so with Egyptians, I actually think that every single god is fine here. We're going to play Ra. I'm going to go with a simple build order. We're going to jump over here, Monument, and then shift click over onto the granary. And we're going to put one more villager onto the deer before we then come over onto the gold mine. So This is different to my build order. Excuse me. Oopsies. This is different to my build order. I'm actually going to get myself the wood. This is different to my build order. I would normally grab early wood in. I'd have the wood going or whatever. But here, we aren't going to do that. So, we are off to the races. Just trying to make sure I'm scouting out every little bit I can of the map. Checking on this guy. Now, you can do a trick here. Once you get to 8 wood with ISIS, you can come and build the mining camp. That's fine. That'll dump the wood into the mining camp. So you actually got 108 wood, which is a little bit tricky. You don't have to do that. You can jump it back into the town center and then come over and drop this. This villager looks like it's going to want to go back to the town center. So I'm just going to move him. And I also needed that anyways to get myself my obelisk. And now we can grab ourselves pickaxe. As you can see, that comes in fine. And we can start looking to also get Flood of the Nile. So it's just some stock standard upgrades. If you're playing as Ra or Set, there is no Flood of the Nile, so you don't have to grab Flood of the Nile. Instead, you can do something else. So I could have skipped on it. I would have been fine, but this is another way to go. You guys want to see a very simple build order for Ra and for Set, I would say do exactly the same thing, but only put 2 villages onto gold and then put 7 total onto food and then the rest over to gold before your temple comes in. Those are options as well. We've got Pandora's box there. I can pick that up. I'm looking to effectively drop another obelisk down over here and just trying to see the map. So I'm watching over here. I see myself hunt. I've got hunt. I think this hunt here is going to be nice and defensible for me. So that's good. I'm going to keep on getting my scouting in and just seeing what's happening. I do want another monument here in this game. I'm actually going to go for, I'm thinking Bast in this one. Because this here goes into a similar sort of trend as the last game where inside of our big attack we really want to have a god power to help us. If you have a god that if you have that god power available to you, I'd recommend it. Now I could also go Plague of Serpents, that works as well, but I'm gonna go Bast because I want to make Sphinx, and I think that's more fun than going the other route. Okay, that's also a fine place for you to go. Let's come over onto the gold mine here. My guy finished. You also see that the guy goes idle here, so if you forget, you're good to go. I have a warning to get my houses up, and there is nothing wrong with building your houses like this. And just shift clicking everything and make sure they're all in. Another one of these guys. I am looking to see my next monument coming up. I think I can afford it, so I will drop it in here. And then I should be able to advance still. You can see I have the resources for it. 3, 2, 1, and go. I'm going to pre-queue because I want to advance. And we probably need a couple more villages over onto gold and also onto wood. So we'll come onto this wood line. And you're finished here, so we go to the next spot. All right. Oh, these guys can get both back over onto gold. And what I should be doing here is maybe getting out an extra priest as well so we can see what's happening. I see he's actually going for a barracks, which is great. I got a lot of information out of my own obelisks there. Fantastic. I see some goats over onto the back, or pigs here, so I'm going to grab them, send them back home. And we run this way, and you go this way, and we drop another obelisk onto this. And from here, it is as simple as just let's get ourselves our building set up, just like in the last game, and go from there. So, yeah, we'll get another barracks. The Sphinx can sit back and defend ourselves. I'm not exactly worried about anything because I got one eye on the mini-map here, checking things out. I'm not exactly worried about, yeah, anything coming at me just yet. But I do want to keep getting myself obelisks up all around the map. So let's keep doing that. And now that my So these guys have to get back. One thing to also do is always make sure to put your stuff back, your villagers back after you've built the thing. So put a shift click in back to whatever needs to go there, so you don't have too much stuff to go on. Okay, so he is coming around the map and locking off my obelisks. That's fine. I need some vision on this side, so let's do that. Thank you for the 14 months. Ja, appreciate you, my friend. 2 subscription, tier 2 for 6 months in advance. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Okay, so we're just going to keep getting spearmen out. I do see that he's building spearmen himself. This makes me want to build myself some axemen, you'd think. But I have Sphinx to kill off his spearmen. Axemen don't kill off... axemen don't kill off the... whatchamabuckets. I'm going to take some villagers off of this gold as well. I'm not happy with how much gold I've got. Which is also fine. If you make a mistake on the macro, just fix it up. Look at all this resource I have. It's too much. Too much on the gold. Of course, I want this Sphinx here, but I can't afford it. So we have to wait where that's concerned. Okay, so he is over on this side now. I still haven't really I'm actually going to come over and kill this because I see him way out of position and I see zero threat for me to come over and take this guy out. So let's charge at him. And a little bit of micro, but we get that killed. And we can come back over and defend ourselves. I'm still a little bit concerned. I don't really know what's happening. And you can see he was in position. So I was right to be careful. But I run back. And I am very scared because he is looking to put pressure onto me. Now, I feel like if I macro well here, I can defend my hunt. I can defend this position. Because I macroed well. That's my feeling. That being said, I have a lot of resources in the bank, so we got to make sure we get rid of them and see what happens. Now, I see his army here, and I see 5, 4. I got way more than that. So I'm actually going to walk over here, and I'm going to take this fight. This is perfectly fine. I don't see anything behind here, but I have the movement speed. Oh, no, I see stuff, so let's not go. I will kill off this, though, and I will put an obelisk here. So I'm just being as safe as I possibly can here. And I will be looking to move forward shortly. So if we run forward here, and we're just going to start moving in onto his side of the map and getting us set up for success. Okay, so now we've got the obelisk on this side. I do have a blind spot over here, so I want to get rid of that blind spot. You can see this here. This is really bad. Oh, I'm literally... Well, you know what? I took the villager off building houses. This is going to happen. If it happens, fix it. Fix it quickly. That's really bad. Okay, so this is actually a really instructional moment. If you make this mistake, guess what? Don't panic. We're still following our game plan. Throw down a bunch of buildings, and then it's time to get those units out again. And we sit back and we wait because we know we've made a mistake and it's chances for our opponent to have an advantage on us. He doesn't know we made that mistake. So that's fine. We get all of our buildings going. We get our units back to work. We spam our guys out. It slowed us down on our game plan, but that's fine. Okay, so now we are back. We're back to normal. We get our villagers back to work. And we're going to start moving forward. And we are good to go. All right. These guys can get it too. Okay, now I see him over on this side. Fantastic. Let's make our way over there slowly. Obelisk comes in. I have 3 Sphinx, which should be a good amount. And you can see now my resources are back to very, very low. These villages are almost finished, so I'm going to send them into the middle. And I need more gold, so over onto this side. And in we come onto this. He's going to run away. No worries. This is fine. These guys here can come up to the top. Whoop. I did not click that there. And we're back to the army. And we get the obelisk set up again so I can see what's happening. These guys can come here. These guys can come here. We're just cleaning up all of his obelisks. He's on a second town center. Okay, that's fine. Now, this means we need to be a little bit more proactive with getting these gold staves in. So I'm gonna check over onto this side, kill off these villagers here. We're not going to allow that to happen. This is fine. I am also somewhat worried on what's happening on the other side of the map. There could be a gold mine over on this side. Not exactly sure if there is or not, but there could be. So I got to get over there. He just dropped a... Okay, that's fine. I'm going to come back and deal with this. He's going to come and attack us. It's fine. If he wants to attack us, he can. And I'm just going to get all these units out. Now, because I got so many military buildings, I'm actually not super worried about using shift-click to build stuff at this point. Not really anything wrong with that. He's back over onto this. I got units onto his gold, and I am going to come and defend myself. In fact, because he's only got human units here, I'm just going to defend myself with the Sphinx. We don't want to lose these guys. Time to run. So we kill off him here. We run back here. And we are going to look up. He's over on that side as well. I do want to get these obelisks set up onto the other side of the map. If we don't get that sorted, it's going to be problematic. So we also have too much gold here. So we come over onto this. Now, I could have done enough damage here for my own sort of town center to go up. But I would rather continue my game plan just to show you it to the conclusion. Whether it works or not, it doesn't really matter. I'm still just trying to get my units out, get my technologies in, maybe get to the next age as well. I'm going to keep charging in after him and up to this side to take out his guys over here. We don't want to get too close to him. I want to kill off these villagers. And while this is all going on, more obelisks. And we're just going to keep putting this pressure on. And now it is going to be time to go to the next age. Now over here, we can take this fight. And I could drop Eclipse in and go after the town center, which I will do. Now, all of this is possible because I macroed. Now, he's also gone to the next age. That's fine. And I can see that he's over on this side of the map as well. So he's got quite a lot of stuff going for him. I just did a ton of damage. Time to go for my town center. I went to the next age. That was fine. I couldn't build any more units. I got my age up. I'm killing off his villagers. This is all fine. I got all my upgrades in. I think. Wait, I missed this one. So let's get that upgrade too. And we finished off these guys. And now the game continues. So now this is where the game plan is kind of over. Right? We did a whole bunch of damage. I still have my power spike with Eclipse. Did a whole bunch of damage. I don't really know what to do now. I killed him off on the gold mine. Well, it's time to set up and play Fundamental Age of Mythology. So, what does Fundamental Age of Mythology mean? Let's leave. Let's leave up to this position here. Get our villagers. That is some really bad macro. Get our villagers back over here. Whenever you're doing bad macro, don't continue doing bad macro. You know what I mean? We stop doing that. Whenever we're doing bad macro, we don't continue doing bad macro. That be the rule. All right, so now we can get ourselves our shaft mine. I have so much food, so I actually want to just take everyone off of food if I can, but I don't even know where I'm getting food from. Over here, fantastic. Off this, over to this. And we can do this really fun thing, which only... I should probably come over and kill him on this side, to be honest. I got these Sphinx that are really quickly, and I've got all of this room to move. Only Isis can do this. Time for the prosperity, and we can also throw a market down. He's sitting here with all those axemen. So yeah, now I still have myself this Eclipse, so I can still get mad damage. I'm going to keep building Sphinx. I'm going to get myself another monument in. I can keep building these Sphinx out, and we can get a massive amount of damage. Okay, so he's going to run. I saw him run there away from this, so I just killed this off. Pull back. There's some red dot over there I saw. Anyways. Let's now get ourselves our upgrades again. This one, actually don't get that. After this prosperity is over, it's going to be time to do the next stuff. Look for a big fight. Some more units in. Okay, so these guys here, they can go here. Same with these guys. Oh, good to go. Oh, we can hit the eclipse here, and while he runs, I will locust. Oh, he's gonna run. That's fine. And we're gonna head back over onto this gold mine. I know he's not here. I know he's not here. So he must be here. And we get our Migdal down, and because I got all this damage done, oh, he's not here. Smart. We might be over onto this backside though. There could be a gold mine here, right? We can go for town centers now. We got so much gold in the bank. I have a. Oh, yeah, well there we go. Found his villages. Keep charging there. We can grab this town center here. And we can grab this town center here. We want to run away from that. And we're back to maybe this gold mine here. And we got to get our obelisk back up. So the game plan was always to continue having vision everywhere. I sort of messed up. That's okay. That's why the game goes on for longer. More time to practice the macro. At this point, you can see I'm not really making units. Why am I not making units? Well, part of unit making is I need to make units for a purpose. Like, why am I making them? I'm basically full population, so there's not really a whole lot left for me to make. So we actually have to get other more important things in, like all those upgrades. You can see these upgrades here, Bowsaw. It's time to grab those too. I'll check this gold mine again, make sure he's not on that. These guys can come back over here. You can come onto this. Can you check his gold mine? Is he here? Yes, he is. And this time we don't let him escape. Okay, and now, as is always the case, we're going to select our heroes, and we are going to try and kill off his myth units. And our myth units as well. Well, they are the other unit that is very nice to be microing. And we come in onto the backside, and we're going to lose a couple of them. That's fine. Losing units isn't really a bad thing, even if they do have a myth unit tag. But that there is an Egyptian game plan not executed well, which is fantastic. It shows you that you don't have to be perfect so long as you can recognize you made mistakes and then fix them. So the main mistake that was made here was I had three barracks. My macro wasn't perfect. So what did I do? I dropped an extra 4 barracks down, and I dropped all my houses because I messed up that. You might even say that it was done on purpose. Hey? You might even say that it was done on purpose, but this is one way to fix a mistake and not panic and just continue down the game plan. If that makes sense. So important takeaways is mistakes are fixable. Like, yes, it's not optimal. If I could have managed to stay on 3 or 4 barracks and add them slowly over time, that's the most optimal way to play. But in this situation, I couldn't do that. I screwed up and I fixed it. And we can still look to put the pressure on and get the damage done. Now, yeah, that's the story. I don't know what else to harp on about in this one, but this is I think the main takeaways is this macro decision here. So GG, we'll get into the next one, which should be Norse. Is there a difference how you place your monuments? Are they protecting more if they're connected? No, it doesn't really matter. With Ra, it matters because you're going to be able to empower all of them with priest empowerment levels. With your pharaoh, it empowers one monument, hits all of them. It's better with Ra to do that. With Isis, doesn't do anything. With Set, it doesn't do anything. You want to put your monuments in places with Set that are hitting buildings, like military buildings, to make them cheaper. And with Isis, you generally want to put your monuments around the map to spread the monument protection, but it's not important. All right, I need to find a next player. I am looking for a 1200-ish. We've got two 1200s I can see here. We've got Estiv 98. Okay, Estiv 98. All right, first Estiv and then Wolf Kovacs. What is the name Estiv's host fundamentals? All right, so oops. Can we go? Can we click a button? Okay, good. Orator, what's happening, my friend? No, the game plan, you have to watch the video to understand the game plan. You don't understand the game plan from like 1 or 2 lines. We're not gonna add that. Okay. All right. So let's if F is Estiv ready. Okay. Alrighty, so up to episode number 1, 2, 3, 4. Episode number 4. This time we are up against Estiv, who is a 1221. So we're starting to get further up the ratings and showing off how this all works. This time with Odin. The main thing to be worried about with Odin is, and with Norse in general, is you have to build with your military units, which is kind of a blessing and kind of not. There's good and there's bad inside of that. So we'll do what we can. But the game plan is going to be exactly the same as the other 2 gods, which is we're going to build units. We're going to get our scouting in. Odin has ravens, so you can get some good scouting in with the ravens. But his scouting is worse than the Egyptians and it's worse than the Greeks. So you're going to notice me doing some other more sinister types of scouting with Odin in this game. Let's jump into it. Now, the main thing to think about in terms of a build order here is we want it to be simple, but unfortunately, Norse simply just isn't simple. Our first port of call is actually to build a dwarf out of our town center. If you miss this dwarf, it's actually quite bad. So if you're going to play this god, remember to mash your dwarf hotkey and make that happen. This villager over here that's building the ox cart has to build that ox cart basically right away. So there's 2 things you have to do nearly immediately. Otherwise, you get into hot water. Okay, so we have now sorted that out. Now we're going to come over onto wood. And we're going to get that sorted out. And we've found ourselves some really nice secondary hunt, which is also fantastic. So now we get this next villager onto wood. And following that, we will have ourselves our next villager that comes onto gold. So around this way we go. Up onto this side, we have ourselves the Maya Huels Miguel, which is nice. Again, I'm still trying to do this thing. When I'm playing with Egyptian, it's less prominent, but when I'm playing with like Norse or basically anyone who's got a moving scout, just like not Egyptian or Atlantean, basically. I'm trying to be as active with this scout as I possibly can, with my screen on this as much as I possibly can, while I jump in and out of my base to make sure that I'm doing the right things with my economy. So I know that my gold is sorted out. I know this is sorted out. I know this is sorted out. So we're good. And we just keep on bouncing between our scout and our main base, and it's beautiful. So I got myself a nice ring around my base. I need to head back to my base and drop a house soon, so I am going to do that right about now. I found myself the last 2 goats. Happy days. That's a really, really nice scout for a Norse. If you can't get that much done in the early game and you have to come back earlier, it's not the end of the world, but basically a full ring around your base is basically enough for the berserk, and then you can come back and sort it out. It's fine. We can talk about and deal with the rest of the scouting later, which is also sort of a reason why this god is just a little bit more challenging than some other gods early on. So that's fine. Our next building is going to be the temple. Now, I said put the temple in safe places. Unfortunately, my gold mine isn't safe here in the slightest, so I'm going to have to come up with some creative solutions here to protect that. And one such solution is I'm going to say, well, I'm going to be building units anyways, so I'm going to build my temple a little bit unsafe. That's going to lock off this side, and I can lock off this side, and then I'm going to look to lock off the front here as well. Those are going to be very important. Meanwhile, onto the back position for my wood villagers, you can see that I'm trying to put them close to a sentry tower just in case I get raided. I'm not going to be able to defend that super easily. So we will get that sorted out. And I will get myself a dwarf here. And one thing that I like to do is pre-queue over that dwarf. Okay, we're also going to do this. We're also going to do this. Now, at this point, because there's so much going on, I'm okay with scouts going in onto shift clicks. So I do a couple of shift clicks there, and I want to get my Herser going. Need the Herser to build, need the Herser to grab relics, and I'm going to start building my walls. Now, this wall here, I'm looking for a 21 gold wall. Thank you, Moose. This allows me to put a gate here if I need to come through, and I'm also looking to put a wall over here. My gold mine is still open on the front, so I do need to defend that. As soon as the Herser comes out, I start the next Herser. Happy days. Now, I am versus Poseidon. One thing Poseidon players like to do is go for Hippias, but I am playing my game plan, and my game plan is going to start with me opening raiding cavalry, basically no matter what. So he's advanced at a reasonable time. We're going to put our Great Hall up onto the front, and I'm going to sit my Valkyrie over on this side, just in case he comes in to hit my villagers on the back, and I got my Herser on the front to defend. We're going to keep getting these units in and get this building up as fast as humanly possible. We also have Hunt over on this side, so I am interested in what's going to be happening where that's concerned. We're going to get our barracks down now, and we're going to start getting ourselves some stuff in. Put our house onto the back. We're looking to come this way. I want to come over onto this hunt there. So that's going to be our next movement once our base is very secure. Now, I don't believe that it's secure yet. So I'm actually going to come onto... Oh, there we go. I am going to come onto the chickens here first and foremost, and we're going to drop this in here. So get a little cheeky wall in. I am going to stare at this Valkyrie until I see this Atalanta coming in, and then we run away because I know that there's going to be something coming for it. If I don't stare at that unit while it's chasing my opponent, that's a mistake. So we have to be very, very respectful here of things that can go wrong in this game. Otherwise, you lose a unit, and that's bad. Okay, so I'm actually noticing I got quite a bit of wood in the bank. I'm actually going to get myself husbandry. And with the amount of food I'm spending, I'm actually wanting to get more villagers over to there. Okay, so on my backside here, I'm still worried about defending my base. I can see him coming in here. I will happily take the fight. Oh, okay. I will happily put a wall up. Never mind, he wants to fight. That's fine. I'm more than happy to take a fight. He wants to. I've got heals, so this is really fine for me. I'm going to, again, stare at these raiding cavalry as they're running. And I was also staring at the dwarves here as well, making sure that my town center was staring here to make sure that my town center was building something there. Okay, he's turning. Let's run. And now we need more buildings. I want to finish my protection over here. Now, my base is now what I would call incredibly protected. So we are going to make our move over onto this hunt. Oh, he is over here. So we just move back home. We just move back home. And now we try again. Now that we have our units over here. Basically, it's just I moved a little bit preoccupied. I was a little bit too fast to move over there, and he caught me. And that's fine. So at this point now, my main concern is what is he doing? I've got my base finally secured because we have to do that with this against pretty much every god. He hasn't got a second town center yet. That's fine. I'm going to sit on this back hunt. Let's use our god power because why not? Oh, my base actually isn't secured. I have an opening here. That would be really awkward. Let's make it a nice opening so I can gate it. Now, I've got a lot of wood in the bank as well. So probably time for a barracks, probably time for another building. And we are going to continue spamming out units. Now, this is probably the time where we need to get a little bit more active with this Raven. I just want to see where he's at. And I am looking now for my own little cheeky raids here onto him if I can. And I also have to be thinking about, can I defend myself and look for a raid? Can I defend myself and look for a fight even? Okay, so he's sitting over onto this side. He's got a whole bunch of Toxotes. That's fine. If he's got Toxotes, I'm just going to stop building. Ooh. I can catch this guy out. I'm not sure I need to micro this, but you can kind of get, you can get him stuck or her stuck. Okay, so now we just keep on getting these things in. He's getting his walls up to defend himself. No worries. Oops, get back over to work. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to finish up my defense of this hunt. And because he's putting walls up, that means he's spending on something other than military. I'm going to be looking for a little bit of a fight here. I could probably grab that relic as well. That's a nice relic. So we get all of our upgrades in. He's played a nice early game so far, and that's why I've been really respectful. I haven't gone and attacked him or anything. I saw him building units, quite a lot of strong units. Okay, so this is all protected. Now we are off to the races. We can also get ourselves another one of these guys. I'm going to come in onto this side. I'll show with the Raven. Oh, no, we won't. And we're just going to keep building units. Very important to just keep building units. I'm even going to get myself some berserks in here. I'm going to sneak in onto this side. He's coming in to attack me here. Now, this is totally fine. These guys are going to move forward. And I need to keep getting houses in, don't I? Okay, so now it's time for the cheeky scouting I was talking about. I know what's on my map. 1, 2, 3, 1. So I know that he's got 1, 2, 3, 1, right? Basically, something like that. I need to finish these houses off. I'm going to leave those guys over there. And we're going to look into this side. And I'm going to come over onto this gold mine because my army's over this side. And I'm just going to look to defend that and defend this. And he's obviously really wanting to be defensive here, which is fine. And he's on this gold mine, only just onto it though. Another thing I can do here is this little cheeky move. I keep on knocking this down. I'm going to send one unit over onto this gold mine. Okay, he's in the next stage. Time to run. Now, because he's in the next stage, he's just invested tons into advancing. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to patrol on that bottom gold mine here. And I am going to look over here. So this is his 1, 2, 3, 1. This is him over on that side. And we come here. And I am going to look for as much pressure as I possibly can. If he clicks this, this is time to run. Because this gives him an extra 37 seconds. I don't need to fight on that. There's no need for it. To be honest, I'm going to put a barracks over here. Through the wall. Okay, we're going to run back here. Get to be as safe as we possibly can. Unfortunately, my walls didn't finish. As soon as this is over, I am more than happy to take the fight. I need a house. Okay, now we take the fight. And we should be fine. I'm trying to get my Herser to get over onto the Hydra. It's not really happening, but that's fine. Now he's going to click his thing over onto that position we go. And I think I won that fight. So I can think about a town center now if I like, especially because it's ceasefire times. And the rest of these guys can sort of heal up and continue along. All right, so I'm going to spam units in onto this. That's maybe a little bit too advanced. We're not going to do that. Okay. But this side build here is pretty naughty. Anyways, we get the town center going. And my main aim here should be to come and kill him at the moment, but because we just survived the attack with his bronze, this means that he just wasted his heroic age god power boost and his classical age one. So we can take a massive advantage here by just going to the heroic age and using our spike to make a push. There's no rush here for us. Our position is completely defended here, completely defended here. He can't attack us over here either. So there's literally no problems with us sitting back, relaxing until we get to this next age. I don't even need to build any more units. So it's way, way safer to just say, I just got myself my advantage. Let's sit back and relax. You don't have to end the game to, like, just because the game is in the spot, you don't have to end the game. Ending the game is, because if you can, is fine. But the amount of times where you'll try to end a game and you'll just lose because you don't know how to do it, it's it'll get really annoying. Whereas you can just keep on spamming out units and macroing well, and there is no point at which things are going to get annoying because you're never going to have like a rough time where it's been like, oh, I macroed well and I lost. It doesn't normally happen. Normally you macro well and you win up into the very, very high levels. Okay. Now I'm going to grab all of my upgrades as well. He is looking to come forward. He's got himself some scary looking hydras here. And do I have the answer for it? Nope, I need Herser, so we're getting Herser. These guys will maybe onto the berries here for the moment. I need another house. Okay. And we're going to grab Vikings as well as this, if I can click the buttons for it. So I'm just getting these technologies because I know that they're, well, I've got so many raiding cavalry. We could get this and it'll be nice too. Okay, now off we go. The other technology to grab is going to be Jotuns, but like it's not super important. You could also go for Valkyries. I'm going to go for Jotuns because I like that more. And we're going to look for potentially a forest fire to open up this gold mine and this gold mine. You'll note my raiding cavalry is still chilling over here. So we're just going to forest fire this. Open up his position. If he wants to fight me on the forest fire, it's even better, right? Okay, so he's not on that one. I can see he's not on that one. There's only 5,900 on that position. And he is also apparently not on this one. We might have gone elsewhere. I don't know. I'm very happy to take this fight now with my power spike, which is somewhat the theme of the video. Always looking to find a power spike. I see him actually up onto this one. That's very sneaky. Luckily, I have my sneaky houses here. So we kill off this. I got so many idle villagers, I don't know what to do with them. Alright, let's come over here. Drop this, come here, create our technologies as well. I sort of forgot about those. That's okay. Oh, and now that we're in this position, with all this favor, I mean, this is just what happens with Norse. After you win a fight, it's the easiest way to convert the one fight is to build myth units. So you just go into Jotuns, or you go into Frost Giants, or you go into Valkyrie, or whatever. But yeah, there you go. That is game number 3. In the old Fundamental series. So basically, it's just looking for those angles inside of playing Norse. I think I played this one very, very well in terms of protecting the completely open base. So you have to, sometimes you get these situations where you just got to be a little bit more creative about where you defend yourself. So in this situation with the forward gold mine like this, I have to move in front and I have to put my military buildings here, where in reality, I would much prefer, if I could pick, for my gold mine to be here and then be able to maybe just put a wall in and then building, right? Like nice and safe. These aren't safe, but because I'm spamming units, it almost doesn't matter where I build them. So yeah, that's the situation there. And I guess the other takeaway on this one is playing around power spikes inside of these strategies is something to keep in mind. If your opponent has a power spike in terms of a god power, like bronze, like restoration, you can run from those. Or if you have to fight, you have to fight. But in this situation, I forced it because he hit the heroic age first. Notice what I said was he spent 1,300 resources. So this means I have 1,300 resources more than him, which means I want to take a fight. If I've spent everything, if I've macroed well, I want to take a fight. And then if he clicks bronze, that's him effectively using those 1,300 resources. So I have to run from it. So I want to make him use it defensively if I can, which is part of why I'm spamming out the units and forcing that sort of an idea. Okay. GG, if you have any questions, make sure you ask and we'll answer them and then we'll move on. Static, thanks so much for the $5, my friend. Love you. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for being a fan for 2 years. Legend. Mystic Atolemo. Thanks, my friend. I think next is Wolf Kovacs. Fundamentals. Lorian, thanks, man. Okay, where is Wolf Kovacs? All right. Okay, so we're going to play... all of the Atlanteans are basically the same, right? Let's Let's do Uranos. Because Uranos is one of those gods which really plays into this quite well. Let's play Uranos. Oh, actually, I need to do my intro. Alrighty, so this would be episode 5, I believe. We're getting close to 1300, or this is 1212, actually. I thought he was a little higher than this, but Wolf Kovacs, he's been a long time viewer. He's actually pretty, I've had some good games versus him in, I believe, free-for-alls. He's been very, very strong in those. Anyways, we're going to be doing Atlantean here. I'm going to be doing Uranos. So far, there's been a couple of things that have propped up in this series that I think have been really, really educational. In this one, we're going to be focusing in on the sort of game plan that Uranos has access to. Cronus and Gaia don't really have access to this, but Gaia has got a similar game plan to the Egyptians, in that the Egyptians spread obelisks and Gaia spreads Gaia Lush. And Kronos, well, he doesn't have anything like Uranos does. They're all kind of different. So maybe I'd stay away from Kronos if I was doing this as a training thing, because you just don't have that extra something to add in. But it's still applicable. If you love playing Uranos, play Uranos. All right, so let's go, Mr. Wolf Kovacs. So yeah, Uranos versus Norse. It doesn't matter which god you're playing against. It's still going to be the same game plan. We're just going to make units, and we're going to be looking for our power spikes. We're going to look to punish our opponent taking any sort of greed that they shouldn't be taking, and going from there. Okay, so build order wise, really, really simple stuff. I'm not going to do anything complicated here. No early economic guilds or anything like that. Just going to be getting ourselves sorted out, ready to spam as much income as we possibly can and see if we can win. Now, the thing is, even if things go wrong and we do end up losing, those sort of situations are very, very educational. So if things go wrong, that's even better, right? We can explain why they went wrong and see what happens. So that might be for later. But at this moment, one thing that I said is that if you're playing as a god like Norse or Greek, you can actually do a lot more in the early game. As Atlanteans, part of scouting with Atlanteans is actually doing nothing. However, one thing you can do if you do want to get active and you do want to improve your APM is to simply bounce around your oracles. Bounce around them. Have a look. What's actually happening? What's going on here? Okay, go back to your main base. What's happening here? Oh, maybe we can make sure that we kill off another unit here so that the villages can be a little bit more efficient. Fantastic. Let's watch back over here. Back over here. Back over here. Okay, I don't see any hurt. Oh, I see a herdable. Let's do that. Make that move. Come up onto this side. Come over here. Come over here. And you can sort of be trying to input the information so you can actually make some good decisions with that information, right? And making your brain start to work that way. And that way you're going to start doing it with more important things than just scouting. So it's just the first part of the whole kit and caboodle, as they like to say. Okay, so continuing along here. As soon as we have this 150 gold, we're going to put our temple down. So always have to be looking at your resources, bouncing up to the top of the map, or wherever you've got your resources, whether it's the top left or bottom left or whatever, etc., etc. We aren't going to be going for the Theft of Fire strat here. We are going to be going for a stock standard Uranos play. I think this is the better way to learn to go about it and all that other good stuff. I'm going to keep looking over here and then come this way. Alrighty. Send these guys back here. He's sending this into the corner. I want that for myself. All right, up we go through Oceanus and onto the wood here. This villager will come over onto the gold. Okay, so we do have options to pick up relics. Pelt of Arcus isn't very good. Cathar of Apollo is okay. Rhea's Crown isn't that useful. Eye of Ornu is nice. So I'm going to actually grab that. I see his base here. I'm going to run over here. Try and be nice and safe. Let's grab this and then send back home. Now, my villages are a little bit exposed on the front wood line here, but it's just the closest place for them. If I was being a little bit more careful, I put them on the back. But they're so close to the sentry tower that as long as I'm paying attention, I'm going to be happy. Now, one thing you'll notice here is I've got my Oracle chilling on this spot, checking out the gold mine there. You kind of want to be taking a look at where the town centers are. So I'm actually going to send my Caladria forward, which is one of the big advantages of playing Oceanus over everyone else, is that you just get to know what your opponent's doing. And that's really, really important. So we'll grab this relic. We'll come grab this relic next. And we're going to drop 2 barracks immediately. Now, this is just the game plan part of things, right? We are going to be adapting to what our opponent does at some point. So we just have to start somewhere, right? We're starting with Murmillo. And then when our opponent does something different, we have to start thinking about how we're going to go about that. How about dealing with that? So right into these guys, and also our counter barracks now comes down. Not that I've scouted much, but anyways. I see wood villagers. He's not advanced yet. And of course, I know the gold villagers are there. I'm going to scout around the backside, see what's happening onto that. And I'm going to get myself a Terma, because what counts as my Murmillo is the stuff there. Okay, now, next moment here is I got too many villagers on gold, but I don't know where to send this villager. I'm going to send the villager here and just drop a manor on this position. It's going to be really, really risky if I'm not paying attention. But because I got units out, I'm very happy to do this. Now, I can also do the same onto another position on the back there. So we're going to go on to all 3 of these spots, spreading our villagers out a lot. Now, I do see him over on this spot. Now, if I was playing against someone good and I wasn't playing this specific plan, I would go and attack this. I saw no units around it. It's quite far away from the base. He's putting walls up and doing that. I would go and attack this. But at the moment, I'm actually mostly scared about this position here being open to attack. So I'm going to go deal with that. I'm just going to keep getting my units in and playing defense for the moment. Okay, so that's fine. We can come onto this side as well. I'm going to keep getting our guys in. One thing I find is very annoying is this Oracle hero will continue to come into my map. Okay, so now I don't know what he's doing, and that makes me incredibly nervous. So I'm going to get this upgrade, which puts my units into a pretty nice amount of speed, and I am going to search with my guys to see what's happening. I got my Caladria as backup. I might even knock this house down. I got one eye on the... Okay, that's where he is. Okay, so I see what he's got. He's got a whole bunch of Throw an Axeman. He's got a whole bunch of Murmillo. And I am very happy to say he is building units, which is fantastic. So we're going to sit back. We're going to wait. I don't really need to do a whole lot. I killed off a building there. I'm going to get my spending of everything I possibly can. I've got a lot of villagers on food here. And it's going to be time for another military building shortly. So I'm going to pop that up onto this side. And we definitely do... yeah, we definitely do need quite a bit of stuff now. I see him on gold mines, right? Here, here, and here. So what I'm noticing on this specific situation is, if I can get a sky passage here, here, and here, I get myself an amazing position with Caraballister versus his army versus anyone's army. So that's what we're going to be going for at this point. I'm going to put these villagers over onto wood. And I'm going to send my first villager over here. And one villager up onto this side. That's going to be my goal, to get that sorted out first. I'll continuing to get these guys in. You'll notice I'm using box formation here as well. That's important. And I'm going to send my Oracle forward as well. I'm going to build an Oracle onto this position. up onto this spot. We're going to get our own sky passage here. And this villager over here is going to sky passage here. This way, we will have such a good position going on this spot. And he is not going to be able to get a gold mine for free easily. No matter what happens. He comes in on this side. If he wants to fight, this is totally fine. I will take a fight. I will drop this on the back side here. And I might even drop this here. We'll go ahead and drop this over onto this. And we are more than happy to take this fight here. He comes in and tries to kill off our Caraballas. Oh, he got one of those guys. You know, it's probably worth it to run here just because you got that guy and all of our stuff is done. So, there we go. No real problems with running here. And let's come over here. We got a bit of damage. I don't think that was like the best of fights for us, to be honest. So, I mean, it's not an issue, but what we should do here is yet again try and set up for this sort of sky passage position on this gold mine because we have, we have everything. Oh, that's the problem there. That there is the problem. We have this whole thing set up, so I just kind of want to be around this position and ready to go. So I can actually see him over here. Back we go. I don't want to lose anyone without my Caladria if I can. He's playing really, really well. Okay. And we can attack here. And we can bounce from one side to the other. Trying to kill off as many villagers as we can. Right. I gotta heal off. Right. We don't have our power spike yet, so I'm waiting on that. He is attacking me. Let's come this way. Being pushed off that. That's fine. It's just like a bouncing around thing, I guess, until we can get ourselves a an advantage of some sort, I guess. Okay, so now we're gonna come onto this forward gold mine here. And obviously look to hit his gold mine. Now we have our power spike again. So this should be a lot better for us to take a fight. And kill a bunch of villagers, fine. Half of my units are low HP, so I'm not liking that all too much. I have 2 sky passages on this side. I'm going to sneak down here for something of an attack on his top side and get everything healed. Maybe over here, a house. Maybe an armory. Okay, so he's also got a whole bunch of... let's go ahead and delete this one now. And we're going to go ahead and run around this way, because he's probably going to be here. Get our upgrades in. Honestly, just not good macro for me, but that's fine. One other thing here we can kind of set up is this wall here. We're just going to keep on getting that macro going. Continue our annoying attacks. And we run when he comes. Actually going to do this now. And you can see he's moving back over onto this side, so that's fine. And we should go to the next age now as well. I've just done a lot of damage here. I could probably think about next age and town center to some degree here. Over here. Well, this is just basically the game plan. It's just attacking both sides, I guess. Let's get some heroes, actually. I should have waited on the chaos, to be honest. That was a bit of a mistake, but I got enough infrastructure. I can keep spamming, and at this point, I think we run. Right. We keep the stuff going there. Maybe get some Arcus. Maybe some more buildings down. Okay, so where are these guys? Should probably get a. I forgot my my economic guild. Okay, now basically here now my guys are back in. I'm feeling like we can probably get another fight in, especially with chaos. Though we don't actually have any upgrades for this, so what if we do this? All right, there you go. GG. But yeah, the idea is that we're just trying to do as much as we possibly can while keeping those resources as low as we possibly can. So I don't actually even think that this specific way of playing Uranus is like super strong. In fact, you could kind of see how it was kind of getting a little bit messed up because I'm investing quite a lot actually into these sky passages. The villagers are idle for a long time to walk over there. That means even if we're macroing quite well, our opponent is probably going to get into some trouble. Sorry, we're going to get into some trouble if we're forcing fights. But the idea here isn't even to be finding wins. It's to, well, I mean, it is to find wins, but it's to find wins because you've done certain things really well, because you've macroed really well, because you got the resources looking really, really nice. Here you can see 400 wood, 100 gold. This is 600 resources in the bank. My buildings each have got about 1 unit in them, which is about what you want. 2 units in them is kind of bad, but yeah, that's the general idea here. The sky passages bouncing around. If you're playing this with Gaia, instead of trying to bounce around with the sky passages, you literally just draw a line from your base to the middle of the map, and then you split up to the top and you split down to the bottom with economic guilds and manors. Anyways, thank you, Wolf Kovacs, for the fun game. Hopefully this one was educational. It was a little bit messy, but tried to explain the thought process to some degree, getting around the map like that. But some sneaky moves like leaving the citizens into corners and things like that. You try and do it, even if you go this way or go this way. If you get caught out, it's fine. You go into the next part of the game. Didn't get to show that off. Probably should have. But anyways, GG. Sky Passage OP. Sky Passage is really strong, yeah. Okay, who's next on the chopping board? 1310. 1310. Let's do that one. Pantera. Fundamentals. All right, so next up is the Chinese. I'm going to pick either Fuxi or Shenong. I think Fuxi could be really interesting because I want to show... I'll show another sort of idea with Fuxi, which can be pretty potent. Advice to survive raids? Watch any one of the previous episodes of the fundamentals and you would learn exactly how to avoid with the raids. Any one of them. They're all there. Every single one. Alrighty, off we go. Oh, shoot. We got to do the... crap. Okay. All right, this would be episode number 6. We've done Greek twice. Once against the AI, once against human, Egyptians, Norse, Atlanteans, up to Chinese now. Saint Seiya is 1310. He's going to play as Gaia. We're playing as Fuxi. Still going into our game plan of making units, adapting to what our opponent does, taking what they give us, and making sure that we have no weaknesses. All right, let's go. So, build order for China. Things get a little bit more complicated with China. I'm gonna put my thing here. We're gonna come over onto this. Now, I'm actually quite glad we get this spawn. Because people go ahead and give you the like shared spawn as a default, like where you get to share the silo and share the gold mine, right? In this situation, we don't get to do that. So we've got some issues. So I'm going to sort that out. Basically, all we're going to do is get a house down, get a silo down, chop the wood until we get to a little over 150. And then we're going to put our next silo down onto the other side, and you're good to go. Alright. So at this point, it's the same sort of deal as before. I'm trying to focus as much on my scout as I can. It's actually even more important with the pioneer because you have this sky lantern going on. So now that we have this, I'm going to put my silo in a safe place behind my base here. This comes this way. Okay, let's run this way. We got Black Lotus there. Grab myself relics, boats, everything else. And as soon as we can afford this Kuafu, we build the Kuafu. I might have been one villager late there. I don't know. Anyways, not important. Okay, so now the next Kuafu comes over onto the gold mine. Unfortunately, I don't have my sky lantern, but that's what I want. I see a gold in the middle. Go this way. And as soon as we have this temple, we are good to go. If I can I grab those? I can steal those. You see, if you're not watching, you wouldn't be able to notice. They are potentially stealable. I'm not taking it easy on these guys. These guys are here to get their win. This way. Now we're gonna get our temple up. Oh. Huh? Oh, I screwed up. I thought I had the 150 wood. I guess I didn't. 1, 2, 3. Time for the next one. There we go. You come over to this. Come this way. And the panic has onset. No worries. Let's fix up all of this macro. Like I said, build orders don't matter. If you make a mistake, as long as you get to the next stage in a relatively half-decent amount of time, it's fine. It is absolutely fine. Okay, so Sky Lantern this way. Now we can get our upgrade. We'll grab the Titan's treasure. Probably the best. Oh. Did he actually take that from underneath my nose? No. I just misclicked. I was about to get real upset. Okay, my Kuafu is now coming out. I probably need another house. And you can see the way that I'm building my base. I'm going to build it like this. I'm a little bit upset with how I built it already, but... Okay, I don't need this many villagers on food either, so we're going to take them over here. And... okay, we're going to get some more pioneers out. And all the villagers that come out are going to be moving from here over to here. I am literally just going to be trying to see if he is fighting me or if he is doing something else. So this pioneer comes over here and is going to drop the sky lanterns going straight up this side to see the town centers, and the other pioneers will be going their sky lanterns elsewhere. But either way, we are indeed going for a classical fight. We need to spend our resources. We're going to get another barracks up. And I'm getting upgrades. I probably should have got some upgrades here. Get some Dow swordsmen in. The house down over here. And you can see how safe my base is looking already. Okay, so we're just going to see with this sky lantern if that town center is up or not. And I'll grab this over here. Okay, he is going for the town center. So what this basically means now is we are on a timer. And this is an interesting concept. What we're going to do here is grab ourselves a cheeky little upgrade. And I don't want to allow this gold mine to get grabbed. I don't want to allow this gold mine to get grabbed. And I don't want to allow this gold mine to get grabbed. Anything else, I mean, I could go and harass something else. Like I could go and harass this food here. I could harass this food here. I could look for value all over the place. But realistically speaking here, I just don't want to allow him to be on these positions here. Now, I do have access to this guy here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is fine. You check this again. Come over here. Move forward. Right, so now there's an interesting concept here of I am looking to push the advantage that I have as much as I possibly can. So what we're actually going to do here is eat our... We're actually going to eat our tree at the moment. I just need to make sure I have houses. Otherwise, this is going to go very poorly. And the resources should come in nice and quick. And then once they're in, that's actually our power spike. So then we can push forward after the tree is eaten, basically, right? Okay, I think it's sort of time to make our move forward. Do I have Najar? Let's grab Najar. Change the tree into Najar, doesn't matter. Get Najar in, please. Okay, back to food. Use our Yatsu to deal with this. If he doesn't want to fight us here, no worries. I will literally walk in here and we will take a fight. Okay, so at this point, I need to get upgrades. I'm more than happy to take this fight. If he wants to throw away units, we just take them. It's really, really good for us. And we're literally just gonna click on the town center because we have these super strong units that don't care. These villages are done. These villages over here are done. Grab our techs. He drops the carnivore. Generally, you don't want to look at your main base while you're fighting, so we try and get away from that as fast as we possibly can. But there you go, that's the town center dead. Now, I'm pretty much just worried about him getting his resources in here. At the gold mine, I think he will be just about pushing out for it. You can kind of see the timing that I picked was pretty specific on the attack on that town center. I was looking at about 8 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes to be on his town center, to be attacking there. So if you, so long as you got that timing in the back of your head, these second town center ideas, they're going to be really, really tough for players of all levels to defend. Now, I've got all of this favor in the bank. Not sure what to do with it. Could go for... could go for some interesting stuff here, but... Okay, we're going to wander over this way. Alright, so now the final little bit of this is while we're still macroing, it's time to be ultimate cheeky. We move forward, we put military camps on everything. And we just make sure we got line of sight on every single gold mine, because he is going to try it, so we don't allow him to try it. He is over here. This is fine. We can take this fight here. This is not a problem. Ooh, he's got himself actually some units that are a little bit difficult for us to kill inside of the Caraballister, so we better get ourselves some Javelineers. Okay. Need more wood, so let's do that. Let's get our upgrades. Now, because we've done so much damage here, the options... We could look for this fight with... Let's just get our buildings up. Over here, we check this. You kill that. You go here. Now, armory, next page. Makes sense. Grab this. Grab this. Go here. And I think we have got him gold stuffed. So now we're off to the next stage. I'm going to go for this one. It doesn't really matter which god you go for. He's going to try and grab his gold on this side. I am going to come up here and stop him here. Here he comes. We just run. Upgrades in. Upgrades in. Upgrades in. My armory is on super speed, man. Fushi's so strong. Okay. Get some more of these guys in. And it looks like he is not here anymore. But I have the position. I'm happy. I put another barracks here. Put another barracks here. I put another barracks here. I mean, at this point, I could look to go and just kill him in the main base, but because he just like this, there's not really much for me to do here. I'm thinking a whole bunch of Tau TA makes sense. There's also the town center angle as well. So maybe a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. So we'll just switch our macro around. Grab the town center. Grab ourselves bottomless stomach. And then we'll just look to go and kill him in the main base. I'm happy to walk over here and take a fight. I still have lightning weapons, mind you. So when he's ready to take the fight, I've got that for that one. You note that I didn't try and use it earlier to get any small amount of value. It's very, very much important to look for the more consistent sort of ideas. That's an interesting watchtower there. So if he does want to take the fight, this is something I'm very happy to do. Yep. Right now it will be this into this. Just a little bit of micro. I just clicked on my Javelineers to try and take out these guys at the back. And he will be gold starved here, I think. I got a lot of idle villagers, so we should get those sorted out. I think they're mostly just from the town center. And we can go into our Tau TA, which are amazing. To work. Gold Star GG. There you go. So it's somewhat scary to play against the 2TC because you're always kind of on a timer, but as long as you have those timings in the back of your head and you know that what you're trying to prevent, your opponent goes for something, like for example, an early second gold mine outside of their base, well, you're just going to go and stop them from being able to get that early gold mine because they can't afford to be there. In fact, if you push them off and you don't even kill any villages, you're still getting value, you're elongating the game, and you're giving yourself the opportunities to get that gold starve in later. Yeah. But basically, I don't know how often you're actually going to be able to just walk in and kill the town center. I have an inkling here that he had a lot of resources in the bank when he lost his town center. Let me have a quick look. $930. He's got quite a lot of resources and I have 0. So you can see if he'd spent all of those resources on military, you'd see that and you'd get scared of actually coming in and killing this. And if you can't kill it, then it's fine because you know your opponent's staying in the classical age. And you go, fantastic, he's pumping units. Let's go for this idea with the military camps on all the gold mines and we get our gold starve that way. If that makes sense. So it's just another sort of game plan here. If this ends up not working at some point, I'm sure that the players are going to somewhat defend this. But even if this doesn't work, you can see that behind it, I'm still going to grab this town center. I'm still going to get my economy going as well. And even if I'm behind when I get it, we're still able to play a fundamentals game and maybe find a win later on. But I think for the vast majority of you guys, if you execute this correctly, you're going to find your wins. Like this is just, it's just hard to play against this if you don't know, if you don't know what you're doing. If you don't have a game plan, you don't understand how to play your game plan, and your opponent does, then the only thing separating you is macro, micro, and you're good to go. So that's why these game plans, these sort of ideas with these gods, very, very strong. Definitely worthwhile giving it a go. All right, we'll get into the next one. All right, next one. So we did 1310. We are going up to 1400 now, I think. There is a 1420 with Kiko Vez. There is Billiam at 1400. We'll go with Kiko Vez, I think. All right, let's go. Kiko Vez. Post. All right, so next god is the Japanese. These are the ones I'm really bad at because these game plans don't work super well with the Japanese. I think it's either a Susanoo angle or it's Tsukiyomi angle. It could be a Materasu, actually. Let's do a Materasu. I think this one makes some sense. What's my ranking overall? Kiko is almost here. My rating at the moment is 2052. Was there a sign up for this? There is a, yeah, if you go to the, well, if you go exclam fundamentals, you can click on that. But we are almost done. We have the Japanese and the Aztecs to do, and maybe trying to do the game plan versus 1600 or something, just to see what happens. I don't believe this is the guy I'm waiting for. His name is Kiko Vez. Get in here. Oh, I need to do the intro. All right. Okay, so this is now going to be what, episode 7? 8? 7? We're doing Japanese. This is going to be Matarasu. Same deal with the game plan. We're still looking to get out on the map. And while it's all going on, we're still trying to get our macro going. We're trying to make sure we're building as many units as we possibly can. The thing with Amaterasu is you don't really have that power spike in the classical age. There's nothing here that's boosting you up in the classical age. You do in the heroic age have Raijin. So for example, if you remember Zeus, we had Restoration. Egyptian, we had Eclipse. Norse didn't have anything. They had Forest Fire and then Walking Woods. Iranos had literally 3 power spikes in Shockwave, Carnivora, and Chaos. Then our Chinese had its 2 with Peach Blossom Spring and Lightning Weapons. Matarasu doesn't have one until that heroic age. It plays a little bit more like Odin. So let's jump into it and see what we can come up with. But still, same sort of idea. Now, you can catch your opponent out with a Matarasu utilizing the 1 Udol, but unless you're Susanoo, they're not super amazing as like go blindly for them, so you have to react. So if we find ourselves in a situation where we do have to react to what our opponent is doing, then we're going to do that. So whether that situation arises or not, I can't tell you because I don't know. The one thing that's good about Amaterasu is the fact that the hyena they built, not the hyena. Sat fat in chat talking about hyenas for some reason. The kitsune is very, very quick. Actually, you know what? This should go. Yeah. Okay. So again, we are going to be trying to have a lot of our time in the early game here is spent searching and looking at this kitsune. I don't want to look at anything else. Yeah, you could say like this is spamming, right? A lot of casuals to say, police will say, doing stuff like this is spamming. And I agree, it is. You don't have to do that. But what it's doing is it's training you for when you do need to click a lot more. So on the one hand, they're right. It doesn't do anything. On the other hand, they're wrong because it's a training thing. It's working your muscles. It's working your hand to actually be able to click that fast when it needs to click that fast. So it's not a terrible thing to be doing this stuff early on. If you want to. If you want to do this, you can. But it is just training your muscles to be able to click faster, to be able to do more stuff. But if I slow down and I go very slowly here, this also accomplishes the same thing because the speed needs to happen here. Right? The speed needs to happen in the main base. What's happening here? Okay, there. That's where the speed needs to happen. That's the actual speed. So you can do whatever you want, whatever makes it easier for you. I have played this game for so long, and I did the spammage of APM early on. But yeah, it is good for you. See, if I'm not paying attention, I miss those pigs. Don't want to miss the pigs. I want the pigs. Okay. I see he's got an oracle here. Maybe keep note of that. It might still be there later on. We could try and snipe it with the kitsune in the next stage. I have Orno is actually really good to grab. Thundercloud Shawls is really good to grab as well. Got our temple up. I forgot to grab a good up. Let me grab that now. You know what? I will send Kagura down to the bottom. Just going to get 1 or 2 more villagers in. Let's chuck them over onto wood, because that's actually what we need first and foremost. I'll grab this tech as well. Actually, no, I won't. Let's look for our advance first. She can come this way. We'll look to grab that. And an advance here. I'm going to force drop. And we're going to go for Shrine of the Hunt. And we're going to put 2 villagers. 3 villagers. No, not that many. 3 villagers on gold. Bobeva Horus is also quite nice. And now that we're advancing, I can start thinking about... Oop, did I end up getting this? No. Now that I'm advancing, I can start thinking about what else to do. So I don't know where his second town center is, so I need to spot that. I know mine is here, and I see his third town center is here. So I actually know that his town center is over here. It's always mirrored. Settlements are always mirrored. So keep that in the back of your mind. Now my Miko makes it over onto this side. He's going to come back, just charging through here and seeing what he's doing. I see 3 villagers on food. That actually gives me a lot of information. But I'm coming over here and there should be a settlement. There is. And I just want to see what's happening. But either way, I am going to be dropping my Shrine of the Hunt here. And I'm going to be dropping both a stable and a dojo in. And I see him doing the same. Fantastic. We're both going to be playing a kind of one town center game. Now I'm going to keep scouting here. Once this relic is in, I need to throw you over here. And we're going to grab ourselves this one tech. Now this is unique to Minakata Tomi. You can do this with Susanoo as well. Can't do this with what's his name? Tsukiyomi. Because he doesn't have Minakata Tomi, but it's good. And now our base is looking nice and defensive. And we're going to come over here onto this hunt. Eat this hunt and live the dream. So everything is just very slow here with Amaterasu. You could try to play for faster ideas, but it's honestly just very, very slow. I'm not going to grab this. I'm going to drop another barracks soon. And you can see my macro isn't necessarily very good either. Everything is kind of off. So this is part of like a build order issue that you could fix. If you're finding yourself floating this many resources, it means you got too many on certain resources. I will get myself my next position soon. There we go. Now, I'm feeling myself being incredibly blind on the map. So while I did see him drop 2 buildings, this doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. He could still go for this town center. So I can't just sit back and just go, oh, he's done nothing. I've got to be very much aware that he could be doing any manner of things. I am going to get pickaxe after all of this. My macro is just too bad. So let's get that sorted out. We're just going to keep building units. It's my Kitsune charges in here. Checking this, just seeing if he's moving. He is on this. I can actually do this little hunt trick to see that he's on that, but I don't care enough. I don't think I can win that fight anyways. If he's spamming units. If he's not spamming units, I'm going to get over there and I'm going to attack him. So how do I know if he's spamming units or not? Well, one, I could move in and actually look at him. 2, I can come over here and see the town center and make a decision where that's concerned. I'm going to get another stable in. Okay, so now I need to know, is he spamming a lot of units? Is he not spamming units? Is he going heroic age? What is the actual plan from him? I need to actually see something from him, which he is hiding very nice. He might be over here. So let's just get in and spot that. At this point now, I've got way too much in the way of gold. I almost knew this was going to happen after having no issues with it before, but okay, he's got a wall up on this spot. Okay. Now, I am scared because I don't actually know what's happening. My macro isn't amazing here, so I don't feel like I can... Oh, there we go. I see him coming at me. My macro is not amazing here, so I feel like I can't really attack. If I'd spent all these resources, I might be able to attack, but I just feel like I can't. So I'm going to sit back and wait until I can actually get these resources spent. You'll note that I took the villagers off of... I took the villagers off of gold to fix this up. And then I just queue back onto gold. And that's totally fine to do. I'm also going to get husbandry because I feel like once I move out, I might not be able to defend myself. Unlike Norse, it's a little bit harder to defend yourself. Okay. Now my macro is feeling a lot better. I'm going to wait for this next on the Musha before I move, and I'm going to try and attack this position here. I could look to attack over here, but I know he's not here, and he could be over here as well. I don't know. And that's, I mean, you could say that's cheating, but it's part of the game. So now that I have my on the Musha, I am ready to attack, and I might want to look for my armor. Now, the other thing I could look for here is just going to the next age as an idea. We'll see what happens here, because he could just be going heroic age himself. If we also go heroic age, it's not an issue. I see his units over onto this side, and I am going to come in here and take this fight. No problems. So I got kind of lucky here on the attack. Pretty lucky. I don't mind taking a fight with Japan, because if I macro well, I shouldn't be losing the fight, is the general rule. And you can note that I'm only ever looking to take the fights when I'm macroing well, right? So we got that win. Now, one thing we could do now, after winning that fight, is we could take the villagers, and we can put them onto wood, and we can put them onto gold, and we can go to another town center. Alternatively, way more simple, is it's time to go for just a couple of regular upgrades and go to the next age. Now, it's a little bit harder for Japan to actually get the gold star because their army's a little slow and they don't have the tricks that China has. So I'm just taking as much advantage here as I possibly can by killing off these buildings, and then we're going to go from there. Also, villagers over here. Okay, he's on this side. I'm not going to go into his main base. I'm scared about that. He did just drop his Carnivora, so there is that too. So now we just wander back. Like I said, I am actually, like, I don't believe I can get a gold star, but what I can do is I can just walk around the map, and I don't really want to take a fight. So what we're going to do actually is we're just going to use the cavalry to do this for us, and we're going to sit back while we go next stage. So that's the advantage I decided to take. Rather than taking the town center, I'm going to go for this one. And it's probably a better decision because he's on one town center. If he was ever on two town center and I killed the town center, then maybe there's that, but... yeah. Right. So we check everything on the bottom side. We check the town center here. We run back up this side. And we sit back waiting for our gigantic power spike for later. I'm going to get some more guys in here and just keep spamming units out. Now, we also got upgrades to grab, so let's do that. These guys are just going to keep on making their way around and just seeing where's the actual place we need to attack, because he will need to push out onto this. I imagine he's going to walk forward and put some walls down. No real issues with that. I imagine he might be over here. I don't know. Oh, there he is. And I've spotted him. We'll come in and we'll get some damage. And we will run. And we will move forward with the rest of our units. And we're going to look for our Thunderdome. We got a lot of favor in the bank as well that we should probably be spending. And that favor is going to be in the shape of Raidu. That was not a good fight for me. Anyways, here we come. He's gonna run. That's fine. I will move over onto the other side of the map. Why are you guys not working? You guys also come forward. We can get this upgrade too. This one here. On your mask. It's nice. Come up here. Try and spend all my resources. Kill off this. And you can see he is going to try and get over here. I will kill this. I will run this way. I will run this way. At some point here, I'm going to get to full population. So let's look for our next town center and upgrades as well. Get another house down. And I still have my Thunderburst. So over on this side, if I can cut this off on the retreat, it's going to be really big. I'm just leaving a couple units over on this side. I am feeling like I don't actually need the rest of my army here. Whether I do or not, I don't know. Okay, here he comes. We're at full pop now. Might be over here. He's just trying to get himself his gold mine. I probably shouldn't have used the Thunderburst there. But you know what? Because my macro is gearing up this way, I think the town center might be the better call if it was better. If I had the wood. But at this stage, I think just putting a castle down and going Mythic Age makes the most sense here. So you can make that decision as well if it's going that way. You don't have to drop a town center. It's just another option. I'm gonna go this one. Okay. Oh, these guys didn't go onto the wood. That's why it all went wrong. Always shift click. Don't blame the game. You didn't shift click. That's okay. We're gonna go next age, and then we can drop our town center. It's fine. There's no issues. So in we come. Hello there, my good friend. You missed me. Let's fight. I'm shift clicking onto that back line. I can't even click on that carnivore. It's already dead. And we win. I mean, I've also not got these upgrades here. I can get this upgrade, pre-queue, etc. Is he on the top? Have a little look-see. Okay, GG. So, you know, next would have been Town Center or whatever. But yeah, very, very simple game plan for Amaterasu. I think you can do this versus everyone. Going Samurai, going Naginata Rider. There's probably going to be some gods that it's better to do against, some gods that it's worse to do against. But yeah, very, very, very strong strat. Similar to Odin in that you have to play very defensive early on because you get started a little bit slower than your opponents. But so long as you macro and you keep this this thing down low when you actually take your fight, like you'll notice military resource value. When we took the fight at 9 minutes, hit the resources in the bank here for Kiko at 9 minutes, we're up at 1,000. So mine was at 600. And he's in front of me in actual, or he's actually equal to me basically. But he's basically equal to me in all resources. But here he's just got so many in the bank, which means I'm going to have the advantage in the fight. So it's as simple as, so long as we are macroing really well, we're allowed to take a fight. If we aren't macroing well, do everything in your power to not take a fight. Spend all the resources and then take it. Now, if you screw it up and you don't get the timing and your opponent squeezes something else out and their name is Kavoth, then, well, you're going to lose because those guys are really, really good. But if you're playing against Joe Blow on the ladder and you're aiming for this and you know what you're trying to do, well, you're going to win. Or at the very least, you're going to be getting better because every time you do this, you get more in tune with how to make those decisions. And you can actually say, well, I lost the game here because I made this silly attack, not because I didn't have the resources spent, right? That's a different sort of learning thing. And you can learn that way as well. Onwards and upwards. Right, GG. Kiko Vez, thanks for the game, man. Thanks for offering yourself as tribute. What is happening? That's what's happening. I was like, why is my stuff not challenging? All right, is Mina cards gonna be better for Shrine of the Hunt? Because the text parameters seem better. Well, the main issue with the Japanese is that their early game is really slow. What Amano Uzume does is it gives you actually quite a quick early game because you have the Kamatachi. So you're trading your weak early game for the chance to try and get some value with the Kamatachi. You go in, you try and slow your opponent down. That helps you get to equality for your slow early game as the Japanese, and then you're good to go. What Mina Katatomi covers that early game weakness with Shrine of the Hunt. So you don't get to go and put pressure onto your opponent and do anything, but you get that area of your weakness covered. If that makes sense. Okay. Who's next? There is AMC. I think it might be AMC. Billiam. Got Kiko's already done. El Cochino. Let's go with Billiam. Yo, you ready? Do I not have a Billiam? Okay, we're going to go with the next one, which was AMC. Alrighty. These guys who signed up, yeah, they're people who put their name into a list last week-ish. From last week-ish. I put the little sign-ups thing up about a week ago, yeah. Or they put their name in early today. If you want to sign up and you want to play, we might keep going afterwards, but I am moving through the elo. This is close to 1,500 at this point. Quite strong players. Do I have a video with my keybinds? I do somewhere. Yeah, you're going to have to search for it. But okay. Let's do this one with Quetzalcoatl. All right, so up to episode number, I don't even know anymore, but we're up to the final Pantheon here. And this might be one of the final challenges before we get into the insane thing where we try and do this versus someone a little bit stronger. So, Quetzalcoatl here versus AMC. And the thing is, I don't really know the Aztecs very well. I have like a couple of random strats that are really strong, but in playing this specific style, you're missing out on... Actually, you know what? No, you're not. There is going to be an idea here. We're going to go for this idea. I think it's going to work well. So we'll try. Let's give it a try. We'll go into Elysium. So it's still the same idea. We're still looking to spend all of our resources, take a fight when we've spent all of our resources, and looking to have done a whole bunch of stuff. We're trying to get our APM up. We're trying to get our ability to do as many things as we possibly can into the stratosphere. Actually, go over here. We're going to put these guys onto wood. These guys over onto food. And off we go. This one is going to get upgraded. We'll shoot our thing. All right. Now that early game is out of the way, we're basically just going to get all of our Calpullis in. You can do this exact build with every god. It's just that the Calpullis come in a little bit later with Huitzilopochtli and with Tezcatlipoca. And the advance time is going to be a little bit more crisp with Quetzalcoatl. Now, at this point, you might ask, hang on, has all of your games been incredibly aggressive? Like, is this just the idea? Yes, it is. But this same concept also can apply to playing 2 town center gameplay as well. So keep that in the back of your mind. If you want to see the 2 town center gameplay variant of this, we did a lot of it in the Fundamentals series. I played a lot slower though, and it was more about getting people introduced to the god. Or the game, but that is definitely an option for you to go for. So again, I'm still just making sure that my everything is working here. I'm gonna have so much in the way of wood, aren't I? I'm gonna do a little bit of cheekiness because I don't like my macro here. I'm gonna swap the wood villager off of wood over onto gold. Okay. So this would be... Our basic idea here is going to be how to get gold control, how to get full line of sight. One thing we have here with Quetzalcoatl, with the Aztecs, is going to be the traps. So we're going to be using those in a similar way that we used the Sky Passage or the obelisks, or more importantly with the Chinese, the tower attachments, right? We're going to try and get that position, and if we can, it's going to be really good. If we can't, then it's not going to be so good. So we do something else in that situation. Temple in a nice safe place on the back here. We just played Amaterasu, so that's going to be something interesting to be thinking about. especially now that the players are getting into that level where at about 1500 is, and this guy's a little bit less than 1500, but at about 1500 is where macro, most players are able to macro pretty well if they're not under pressure. Most players. Some players are finding their wins by being a little bit more cheeky, with some more like odd game plans. But most players are getting pretty good at macro at about this level. So that means you have to be even more careful with when you're attacking and things like that. Did I just buy something? Oh, no. There we go. Okay, we're going to go through this one. Agave Bloom. And I'm going to look to grab some relics in. I am sort of scared about the Amano Uzuma angle. So we got to be preemptive about that. He's got Minakata Tommy though, so I don't have to worry. And he got scales of Echidna. Okay, so now at this point, I need to go and see what he's doing. So I imagine we're going to see Naginata Rider. I imagine we're going to be seeing Samurai, but we do have to sort of confirm that. But yeah, first things first. Let's get these relics in. He's already grabbed that one. That's fine. One more hero on the back. It's a nice late advance from us. I just want to pop into his base and just see if we can see anything. It's a little bit difficult with this god. I am going to drop these straight away. Now, if I do see him... There's a one unit there. If I do see him making archers, I will obviously go for a little something different. And this Agave Bloom plays somewhat similarly. Unfortunately, I don't see it. That's really unfortunate. I don't know what he's doing just yet. Let's see if I can sneak past this. Okay, so first things first. There we go. So he's going to attack us, and if anyone ever attacks, you just run. If you're close and you've got a nice safe base, you just run. It's not an issue. Okay, but I've now confirmed what I'm playing against, so I'm going to get another building out, and we're going to look to defend our base. Okay. I'm going to put a wall here. And I'm going to put a couple houses over on this side. And we're good to go. Now, of course, I'm like watching him come into my base and stuff like this. This is tough stuff to do. I'm a little bit slow on the early macro here, but yeah, we are getting some things. He's got double stables up on this side. I'm looking to maybe get a big fat wall happening over here. This tree is going to be finishing up soon, so we have to defend this other side as well. Might actually come over here and do this. Onto this position. Now, once this is all locked off, the one thing I'm very, very scared about here is going to be Samurai. Now, I haven't scouted the Samurai, but it's Amaterasu. Like, what else is he going to do? So, we're going to sort that out. And, alright, so this guy over here can now start getting myself these things. In fact, my gold situation is ridiculous at the moment. So, I'm going to sort that out as well. One thing about Quetzalcoatl is, Quetzalcoatl does have a nice power spike, so to speak. Little chick. Does he really want to try this? Okay, that's fine. I'm getting a house up, aren't I? Let's finish this wall off. Okay, now it's time to leave our base. It is basically protected. And we're going to, because we have macroed so well, we're going to look for a fight right into the center. I'm going to get myself another one of these. Oh, we traded some units. That's nice. He wants to attack me over there. I am going to get some defenses in. These guys being over here. This is open, isn't it? Super disappointing. Okay, we need to fix up our wood situation. I don't want to run into his actual base. Okay, and now I've got enough stuff here that my base should be protected. And I'm going to look to get myself full knowledge of what's happening around the map. Now, he might go next age here, right? Which is fine. I have full knowledge of what's happening. He might be on this talent center. I didn't actually scout that. So we should probably go and check that out. I also want to get this tech here. Kill this guy off. And we have a nice advantage cooking here. Gonna come over to this spot here. We'll throw this down on this side just in case. This guy can come over onto this one. Put one of these down. There is a did I not sack one? Okay. So, I don't really know what's happening here. I'm very confused. I wish I knew. Oh, hello there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so now he's over on that other side with the traps. There we go. Got some damage, and we're just gonna make our way over onto that side with everyone. Get our upgrades in. Get an armory down. Oh, I really need more buildings. You can see I've messed up my macro again. So let's fix that if we can. Let's see if he's on this, which he is. Dropping some units. We'll put ourselves the trap down again, and we are back to our sort of defensive shenanigans, so to speak. He has no gold at the moment. Or if he has no gold, I don't know if he has no gold, but... Now, I could look to actually attack some of this. He doesn't have any upgrades, so because he's sitting around being annoying, I'm going to attack his position here. And I can see, oh, he actually has quite a lot of gold in his main base. Now, part of this is because he's a Matarasu, and it's what happens, but... Okay. A little bit of a runaway while we're still building units. Probably need more military buildings, so let's get some more down. Finish off the temple because it's such a valuable building. Oh, he does have a whole bunch of these guys. This is an interesting position now. We can actually go in and get a whole bunch of nobles' huts here for for something. What's it called? What do they call Coyote Warriors? I just want to push him off anything and everything I possibly can without taking too much of a fight. If we can get onto the back line, we will. And once I can get some Coyote Warriors in, I'll be very happy. Like, I feel like he doesn't have anything here, and I'm not sure why. I guess maybe we want to fight. I don't know. We just have so much more stuff. This might just be because Aztec diff. But anyways. Our next move here is always we win a fight. Let's go next stage. I can sit back and heal up on this side. I could also do something really cheeky with the Aztecs, which works really, really well here. So I might do that as well once we get to the moment. You'll see. Actually, I'll tell you. You can sacrifice a bunch of villagers for the moment on a gold mine, and then you can look to drop another god power, which can be really, really powerful. Okay, so he's over on this side. So we run over here. I also want to get some of these guys in. He has gone idle on this for some reason. Not sure why. I could also tailwind to get over here. I'm just going to kill my... Funnily enough, he still takes some damage from this, but... So yes, I am over here already. Where'd he go? Well, that was a nice move. I don't know what happened, but it was a nice move. Oh, I need upgrades too. This can go into H. Oh, I should be getting this too. Once you get to your second gold mine, the only way you lose in these situations is... Oh, there he is. Has escaped from me. There is no position that is safe. You do not get a safe spot. You do not get a gold mine. There will be no gold mines. What was I going to do? Yeah, when he takes the fight, that's right. If he takes a fight. Okay. We get more technologies in. We still haven't really had a fight that's worth dropping a town center for. Probably drop one, but... I'm just going to keep waiting until he wants to come out and play with me. There's probably too many villagers on this. So I'm moving on to this position, and I'm like, that is dangerous. Let me grab a town center first so I have some sort of defense there. And let me sit in this spot just in case. It's the only real spot he can charge through without me noticing. And I just stare at the minimap to some degree. Get all my upgrades in. Yeah, I've got Tailwind, but I've also got Agave Bloom. So if you sacrifice a bunch of villagers in for a secondary Agave Bloom to deal with basically anything that he can do, you know what? He might be over here. I'm a little bit... I'm not really scouting that one well enough. And we can also get more upgrades in. But yeah, that's all the gold mines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you count and you see and you count an odd number, there's probably another gold mine on the map. But if you count and it's an even number, you probably have them all, unless you've missed a lot in the black. But over here, over here, over here, he could spawn on those ones. Okay, so now we have the town center. How many villages do I have here? If I sack all of those, probably not enough. Alright, over here we go. You know what? He's going to charge over here. There's not really any weaknesses in my base except for my main base here. So we're going to come in for another little attack on his main base. It's getting all these upgrades in. We can look for another town center as well. Maybe over here. I could drop this thing and go for the big attack, but... Okay, so that's going to be interesting. So this is where the sacrifice is going to be really, really important. So he's going to sacrifice. He's going to drop Thunderdome. That does a lot of damage to my units. But... yeah, I'm gonna have my thing here. Do this. We run out. Our sacrifice comes in right when we needed it. And now that the Thunderdome is over, we are more than happy to charge in here. I'm going to catch him out of position, hopefully. Apparently not. I thought I was going to catch him out of position and then I was going to drop the stuff, but he is making my life very, very tough. Alright, and we come to deny this. I was going to drop my thing down, but maybe here. And then maybe we can come over and take this town center. Maybe we can drop this down. Maybe these guys can come here and get this Calpuli. But yeah, so why do all of that stuff at once? So we just want a big fight. So let's just take everything we possibly can from him. I think I want to kill off some of these walls as well. There's a temple, isn't it? He wants smith units of some variety, I guess. And we come in onto this spot. We drop another trap. I don't have vision on this anymore. Hey, so we've got to come back over here and make sure he's not over there. We charge back onto the bottom side. These guys all die. I think obviously here we have a pretty big advantage to just build some siege and go kill him. There's his villagers wanting to play. My villagers have got more HP than his. So they might even win this fight. And we're back to putting up another trap. Still just trying to get our resources all spent. Maybe we can go Mythic Age. Actually, let's go this one. This one's way more fun. Actually, don't do that. Probably don't put buildings into the center of the map like that, but at this stage you've got 4 towns and there's 74 villages, very much in the lead. It's time to come and kill your opponent, I guess. He doesn't have any gold, and that's the game. Oh. So what happened in this game was he went for the early attacks. If you take too much damage from those attacks, it can sort of set you on a path for you to really lose the game. So being prepared and having your buildings in good positions, have easy to retreat to positions from your gold mine to a tower or gold mine to the town center, having your wood line close to a tower as well, and just be like watching your base, right? Like being, okay, he's coming at me. Let's just run. It's fine. It's fine to just run and have a little bit of idle time. It's fine. But yeah, that's the general idea of this sort of series and this sort of idea. And I think if you can get to the point where you can execute one of these game plans consistently, you're probably going to get to above 1500. If you can execute the game plan consistently, if you can macro towards the game plan, which is obviously trying to get that gold staff, and then if you also have in the back of your mind that if everything goes to crap, we've still got the fundamentals to sit back on, which is get your town centers, get your economic upgrades, get your technologies in, and keep playing and just keep that macro going, and that being your main sort of idea, and just going, okay, my opponent did something, for example, I saw him throwing down a town center, I saw him throw down a castle, let's go and attack because he didn't spend those resources on military. You can get some value there. Just be continuously making sure that you're checking to see, did I actually spend all my resources before taking the fight? Do I have myself in a position right now that is the best position I can possibly be in to take a fight? And if the answer is that is no, then don't take the fight. If the answer to that is yes, then take the fight. All right, GG. All right, guys, I think that is it for fundamentals today. I know there were some other people who were requesting some games, but that is all of the gods up to 1500. I think AMC was 1500-ish. I'm leaving you hanging. I've already done all the games. What can I say? Hopefully you guys did learn a lot. So Orator, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to cast some games now. And I'm going to quickly eat some food. I'm a little hungry. So I'll be back in a very short amount of time. Let me find a game to pop open here. Let's go with Moose versus Borg. Are there matches this weekend for what? Possible Satfat bet? We could do a Satfat cast. Sure. If there's one you want me to cast, send it to me. Let me eat some food first. I need a break. We just did 3 hours straight of fundamentals shenanigans. I will be right back. Let me introduce you to the Borg Berserk and where he's going to run around this time. I'll be right back. I forgot to take my my food out of the freezer, so I have to do the defrosting things. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope it was educational. I think that the idea of having a specific game plan in mind to look to do those sort of things is really important. My food is beeping at me. I'll be right back. Ankitsla says tournament matches this weekend. Any? I don't think so. Tomorrow we're going to be doing free-for-alls for most of the day. Yeah. Tomorrow is free-for-all day. The next tournament I have planned is the Athens LAN. This one right here. Oh, not that one. Hold on. That one right there. That's the one just there. That's the next big tournament. So hopefully everyone comes and checks that out. And all of your friends come and check that one out. And all of your friends' come and check that one out. I am really hoping for it to be a success, but I think it will be a success. I think it's going to be a success. But for it to be a success, you guys need to help make it a success by being here. So hopefully that's the case. Thanks, Sapphire. We can check it after. Will it be on this channel? Yes, it's going to be on this channel. It should be. There should be multiple streams going of the thing. You should have myself. You should have Soup. You should have Moose. You should have. Hopefully, Kavoth is going to be doing his thing on the whole tournament. I haven't talked to him about it, but hopefully we can have his stream going throughout the whole weekend. If he wants to. I'll be right back. New Wire is number one. New Wire's a strong god. I got dusted by a New Wire player the other day.
Skip.
Moose on the defense. Borg on the aggression.
Skip.
What major god am I enjoying the most at the moment? Probably the one that I can have the most different strategies playing, like the most variety. Which might be something like Zeus. Zeus feels like you can kind of do anything with that god.
Yeah.
And have success. Atlantean is my favorite civ only because they're the easiest to play. Atlantean is easy to play in the sense that their macro is easier. You have a much easier time moving the villages around. If you have mistakes with your macro, much easier time fixing those mistakes. But yeah, the actual army is quite challenging. It's quite difficult to use that army. Quite difficult indeed. But yeah. Anyways, we're gonna eat some food, and then I might play some ladder game. No, we're going to cast a game. We're going to cast Sat Fat's game. Hey, Boyd, I haven't played in a while, but I'm looking to get back in the game. What are all these new gods and who's the strongest? I'm trying to understand what the metagame looks like currently. I think the consensus is that the Aztecs might be the strongest at the moment, but the other consensus is mostly that if you play well, if you're the better player, you're gonna win the game. There's a lot of ways for you to get better at this game. There's a lot of avenues for you to find your advantage versus your opponent. And you have to be switched on always to win the games. Very hard to be switched off and win a game. How do I defend myself as Aztecs if I want to go fast heroic? Build warrior priests. Build enough warrior priests to defend yourself. Then get towers. Then go heroic age. I say enough as in like 5 to 10 warrior priests. Then go heroic age. I mean, I think Greek is just as good as China and just as good as Japan. And I think, and just as good as the Atlanteans. And I think Norse is just as good as well. I don't think it's easy to do a tier list at the moment. Because I think that there's a lot of, I think it's a very, very, very balanced game. You know, I'm not sure what went wrong for Moose. I wasn't really watching this, but he's lost a lot of stuff here. He's very far behind. I think it's his macro. He's got a lot of resources in the bank here. He's got to get those spent on military buildings. Easiest part of the tier list is at the bottom. Kinda. Borg macro too strong. You shouldn't be able to A-move through the Egyptian army at this point. So Moose made some unfortunate mistakes on the macro side of things. Here, funnily enough, on the side of Borg, course, he did a bunch of extra stuff like raiding and things like that, but this is just the same thing that I was talking about for the past 3 hours. Good macro, spend all your resources, take a fight. If you don't macro well, you're going to lose the fight. Thunder AOM, thanks for the raid. Just finishing up dinner. Then we're going to play some games. Is Guy still good? Yeah, Guy's great. Think he needs monument buffs? Not sure what Egyptian needs, to be honest. All right, let's place. Oh, I was gonna cast Satfat's game. Let's do a cast Rooney. All right, onwards and upwards. Did I download it or did I open it? I think I just opened it. Five days ago. Is Egypt still? No, Egyptian scouting is one of the best in the game. The only thing you need to find macro because I don't really get what's macro and what's micro. Macro is everything on the economy side. Everything on it. So that is maximizing the amount of income you have and maximizing the amount of efficient spending that you have. You've got a huge amount of income, but you don't have a huge amount of spending, then your macro is bad. You've got small amount of income and your spending is perfect, then your macro is still bad. You have to have both things pumping. Oops, play. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sort of members of the jury, we have an orange player and we have a red player in this game. In the top side of the map, it is Vindicare playing as the orange Scatlapoca. And at the bottom side of the map, we got Saturated OP Fat playing as the best god in the game, according to some from many, many moons ago. It's Isis. Satfat's Isis. Trying to prove to the world that he is the Egyptian main that everyone else wishes they could be. Let's take a quick look at the relics. Over here we've got the text of Imhotep, which is build time minus 10% for the buildings. Into the middle of the map we have Pandora's Box, making myth units a little bit cheaper. Things like a Nubites getting cheaper could be really nice here. We've got Fetters of Fenrir over here, which is villagers damage of melee attacks and ranged attacks plus 30%. And up on the top side we have the Eye of Ornlu, which is your counter infantry unit getting some boostage. That's actually a really nice relic here for Satfat to pick up if he wants to make some axemen here, which are already good, but good units becoming even better is not something you'd ever say no to. It's always nice. We are on the map Steppe, so really, really open map. Lots of opportunities for fun and frivolity, as Vindicare is not going for a Kalpuli opening. Gets himself the wood and the golden. No temple started just yet. Very strange. Very, very strange build order from Vindicare. I think he is trying to min-max something, but I feel like he's losing out on a lot of resources by doing this. Whereas on the bottom side, it's literally just stock standard Satfat shenanigans. Here he's going to be getting himself the Flood of the Nile in. He's got his monument up. It's going to be a pretty respectable 4 minute 15, 4 minute 30 advance time. by the looks of things. And he's going to go from there. Whereas Vindicare, I mean, it sort of looks like he's going to be getting a 15 pop advance, which is maybe he's going to go 14 pop here. The temple is up. Village is making their move. And he is indeed looking for a little bit of idle time on that one. He is indeed looking for his 14 pop advance, which gets him what? This is always a question that I have whenever I'm watching someone playing this game and they're trying to play a certain build order that I've never seen before. I'm asking, what do you get that I otherwise would have got? So in this situation, he gets a 14 villager advance, or a 14 population advance, 13 villager advance. He's got one hero coming out, so he can use that to attack. But that also means that he doesn't really have time here to go and grab the relics. Right? He could have gone for a later advance time and gone for the relics. Because then he has to bring those back. And there's no point in it hitting the classical age early there. So he has to go and look for some early game attacks here, which it looks like he is going for this. So this does make some sense. His idea is fast advance, early pressure into whatever else. What doesn't make sense is him not being quite in this base just yet. He needs to be in this base, getting the damage done. Over onto this left side, we do have some walls coming up for saturated, OP fat. And he is about to be introduced to the power of the laser turret boy. But he can come in and sit behind this turret over here and start attacking if it wants to. As Anubis is almost in and into the turret. In comes 20 range, and he should be able to hit the villagers. Hitting the priest is somewhat inefficient. It has a 0.25x versus heroes. But, of course, just pushing off the gold mine is fine for the time being. Any amount of idle time is very, very, very good here for Vindicate, considering he advanced so quickly. On the backside, a barracks coming up for Satfat. This is going to look for somewhat of a classical fight. And a noble's hut for Vindicare. As a reaction to what? He didn't really see anything. He's pushed off of the gold mine, so he wants to continue the pressure onto this gold mine, basically. If he can basically push Satfat off this gold mine completely, then he does find a win, so this makes some sense, but it does kind of seem a little bit risky. But that being said, if he had himself a couple of extra Shinekwe here, it would have been really nice. Like, just say he had 3 Shinekwe, so had a bit of a sacrifice. Yeah, that hurts on his economy, which is already hurting. But he wouldn't have had to go into the Noble's Huts, and he could have just kept going Warrior Priest and the Shinekwe. And the Shinekwe also, when they die, are going to leave behind a Obsidian Shard, which could also be interesting. That being said, the Priest and the Pharaoh, it's scary to do that into. How does the Warrior Priest train faster than the Hersa? 11 seconds versus 16 seconds. But when it's in the Great Hall, this trains faster, right? Or does it? I vaguely remember it training faster. Maybe they changed that all. I have no idea. They got rid of that? Okay, they got rid of that. Anyways. I guess the reason is because you only can build warrior priests out of the temple, whereas the Hersa, you can build them out of the temple and the Great Hall. And it's a population difference as well, though some people might argue that the warrior priest should cost 3 pop. Okay, apparently everybody knows that it used to do this and now it doesn't anymore. I read the patch notes, I just forgot. Vindicare continuing his attackage onto this position. He's going to be making himself some Ocelotl warriors, which should mean that Satfat will probably go into some Axemen here, right? Needs Axemen to deal with those Ocelotl warriors. In comes a fairly offbeat Prosperity from Satfat as well, as the Prosperity gets stolen away. I should remind you guys that, man, Tezcatlipoca versus Isis is one of the most brutal matchups in for Isis, because stealing away the Prosperity plus also having access to the craft workshop means you get a crazy amount of resources here. Thank you so much for the 5 months, the Mjolnir. Appreciate you, my friend. In comes Teponartsly drums. We got Tepiolotl's reach here as well. The obelisk comes up. But now Satfat out of gold, and well, Vindicare can kind of sit back and just get vision on everything, but he doesn't really have it, and that's kind of the risk to some degree. As he will charge forward here. Tries to, I don't know about this. He's trying to kill off the villagers, I guess. This is incredibly risky from Vindicare. It's going to get a lot of Vil picks, but the Shinekwe on the back didn't get converted either. Not sure it would have mattered that much because there's a lot of priests here. 25 villages remaining does mean that the Ocelotl warriors got a decent amount of damage done. But unfortunately for Vindicare, I don't think that fight was quite what he wanted. And now he's very much behind. Wait, how much did he sack a whole bunch? He's got 31 villagers. Where are they all? He's got a lot on wood, a handful on food. Another villager deciding to charge forward to its death here. And we'll see some Tequila archers now. It's the unit of choice to move forward, and Teponartsly drums to come in as well. Oh, Satfat going even more full send. Did he get his upgrade? He did, so he's got himself survival equipment. His villagers are going to just... Well, he did leave 7 villagers at home to make sure he can keep having village production. And now that he's picked off the nobles' huts, he only has to deal with the war huts. Ugh. I think Doodoo tried this on me the other day. Crazy. Absolute craziness. Never let him know your next move. Indeed. Got a Nubite, Spearman, a Slinger coming through. guys reckon? Should I put out the Fundamentals series 1 video a day, or should I just drop it all in one day? I might drop it all over the course of one day and just see what happens. It's probably going to completely tank. But it's not about it doing well. It's about it just being there. I think that's what we do. Anyone have any ideas?
Enito.
At the end of the day, it's more of a tutorial thing, so it's supposed to be one of those slow burners. Who knows? Vindicator's still alive here, though, after all of the chaos.
Into you, Gehrig.
Villager sacrifice. It's got to be for the lullaby. He wants the traps. He's a couple of favor away from it. He doesn't have wood, though. Oh, yes, he does. Is he going to go for it? That's why he sacrificed. It wasn't to build a more schneck way. Well, up the spike traps go. The army all sits on top of it. I don't think this is going to be enough. You know what's funny here? I think he would have won the fight if he didn't go for the combo. If he just attacked like a normal person, didn't sack all the villagers for it, I think he would have won the fight. Because these Tequila archers shred spearmen. Especially if you get... He doesn't have the armory. If you get the armory up, and you go for ballistics, then yeah, it just dominates. Like, I think he's winning the... I mean, he is fighting underneath towers, but I think he's almost winning this fight. He is winning the fight. But he's lost a bunch of villages now. Lots of favor in the bank. We had the villager relic? Oh, the one that makes them do more damage? Sheesh! 8.4 hack damage per second. Disgusting. Compare that to an axeman. Only 5. Spearman, 6.6. These guys are smacking hard. This game's over, right? You can't lose from this position, right? Doesn't matter if you are playing Egyptian. Right, GG. All right. What are we gonna do? Let's try play a game. EGC just kick off? No. Jeepers. EGC Masters Fall. Season 2. $20,000. Qualifier number 1. He's off to the races. Wild. Mass Wadget. I already did that and lost. Wadgets are dead. Terrible unit. Better to go a Nubites. Or Sphinx. You know what you could do? Fight you? Why would I? I don't want to bully you, FFPod. You already stole my strategy and claimed it as your own. I even was nice and I told you all about the farm tech. You had it all wrong. You thought you were supposed to get re-healable farms or something. No, you just eat the farms and you make snakes. I told you about that already. Terrible. Terrible. Constant. Your pizza was delicious. I'm proud of you. No, FPod. Didn't steal anything from you. Stop saying that. It's incorrect. This is bordering on what's the word? Slander. No, that's not the word. This is bordering on defamation at this point. The only thing you did that I haven't done before is use regenerative farms. And the reason I never did it was because it didn't occur to me, because it's stupid AF. Because you could just make them turn into snakes, which is better. I never played RTS before, but then when Retold came out, I gave it a go and ranked up to 1600. Then I got stuck and left. Now with these new civilizations, I find it hard to go back at it. Yeah, with the extra civs coming in, sure, the game has gotten more complicated. You have a lot more to learn. There's not much more to say about it, but it is fun to learn it. So if you feel like sitting down, you feel like spending a couple of hours enjoying all of the craziness of it, then you should do it. It's okay. I just want to get my ideas out there. One idea. Using rabbits to eat farm, but don't eat the full farm. That's the one idea you've got. One. That's it. Nothing else. Cheops versus Zeus.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Φάνη. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα.
Good luck, have fun.
Πρόσταγμα. Τεκ μεταλλές.
Ορθούλομαι.
Okay, so
Πρόσταγμα.
you'll note, unlike in the Fundamental series where I was telling people to do all of this, I am just going to be shift clicking because I'm really lazy. And I'm not looking to get better at the game. I'm just looking to do things. I guess this wood line because it's close to this tower. We got ourselves the Rias crown in the center. And we come back over here and we take a look this way. Just want to see what's on this back position, see if there's anything useful. I'm going to come over here and go from this position. Okay, we got the Black Lotus on the back and some Caribou there. Over on this town center, there's 2 polar bears. I don't see any hunt on it. It might be possible to go to town center here. It might be possible to do a early game harassment type deal with the heroes into something. We could also go for Centaur. Centaur a little bit risky versus Stepanazli drums against Tailwind and against all the other stuff. So maybe we don't do that.
Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
Okay, so temple to come down next. I'm going to put it on this top side. Normally I put my temple a little bit more safely, but I want to protect my wood line, or at least start protecting it. And I am planning on building units here, I think. We'll get an extra villager on wood, maybe one more. Now in this matchup, do I build Cav? I just go Toxotes. I'm not really sure. Put a house on this top here as well. Or do we just aim for the town center angle? It's so hard. Oh, there's a temple. It's so hard to get the early damage done, actually. Especially with, I mean, with Rhea's crown though, like, I feel like it's probably makes sense to go for it. Where's the gold mine at though? Be here. There it is. Okay, let's scout this way. Do I want this? I do. Rang over there. Let's shoot this caribou closer. I need another house.
Πρόσταγμα τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα.
Okay, he's too fast.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Alright, off to the races here. I do have a bolt for one guy, but yeah, I think we just go in for town center at this point.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Καλώς. Ναι. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Ετοίμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Λέει βούλομαι. Ετοίμος. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Βρυτό θηρευτής.
Okay, let's go one barracks.
Ετοίμος. Έστω. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Μεταλλέ. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος.
Get one of these guys.
Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Okay, he's going for those. I'm going to get a stable
Λέγε
in.
τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
Προς πάνω. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Θρητόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός.
Ναι. Έστω. Ετοίμος. Μα ναι.
Λέει θρητόμος.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Εις μάχην.
Λέει πάνι. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Λέει ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ορθάνι.
Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα.
Μάλιστα.
Λέει πάν. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ετοίμος. Ναι.
Ορθάνι. Βούλομαι. Λέγε πάνι. Ορθό. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε πάνι.
Just trying to get the resources spent here.
Λέγε πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Λέγε μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε πάνι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε πάνι. Προς βούλο. Ορθός. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Λέγε βούλομαι.
Πρόσε. Έστω. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Πρόσε. Έστω.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Ορθός. Λέει τέκτον.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Ορθάνι. Βούλάνι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι. Καλός. Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσθυρ. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Βουφορβός. Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγ. Βούλομ. Θρητόμος. Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βουφορβός. Λέγε ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε πρόσταγ. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Ορθός.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Λέγε παν. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Καλός. Ισμάχην. Πρόσταγ. Ορθός. Χώρο. Βούλο. Πάνι. Ορθός. Λέγε ορθός. Παν. Βούλομαι. Λέγε ναι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Μα έστω. Βούλομαι.
Okay.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Ορθάν. Βούλομ. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Βούλομ.
Τι
Θρητό.
λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Παν. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Βούλο. Καλός. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Προσέκτον.
Λέγε έστω. Μα ναι.
Gonna get some more guys in.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Ναι. Θρητόμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Βούλο. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ετοίμος. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Λέει ετοίμος.
Λέγε. Ορθάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθάν. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Ισμάχην. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Εισβολή. Ισμάχην. Ορθάνι. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Παν. Ορθάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσεχε. Βούλτεκτον. Μάλιστα. Λέγε.
Βούλο. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Παν. Παν. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Τι λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βρυτόμος. Τέκτον. Προσυμμεταλλεύς.
Ορθάν. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Παν. Ορθός. Πάνι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθάν. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Θρητόμος. Προσέκτον.
Change of plans. I think we have to stay in this age.
Ναι.
I need to spend all my
Πρόσταγμα.
fucking resources.
Λέγε. Ναι.
We are getting all in, so as much in the way of units as we possibly can.
Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
My upgrades in. I've got a bolt for the Ayatollah.
Πρόσεχε.
Send you this way.
Βούλομαι. Ορθώς. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε, τέκτον. Ναι, τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Θρητόμος.
Μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Πάνε.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Τέκτον.
Προστέκτον. Προσιτέκτον. Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι. Ορθάνη. Ορθώς.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Ετοίμος.
Πάνι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Έστω. Βούλε. Βούλομαι.
Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
Ετοίμος. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι.
Ορθώς.
Βούλ. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Πάνι. Ορθώς. Καλό όρο.
Τι βούλομαι. Λέει ναι. Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Έστω.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε.
Έτοιμος.
Έτσι μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθάνη.
Ναι.
Okay.
Λέγε. Θηρευτής.
Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Easy holds.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι. Τι μάλιστα. Έστω.
Now what can you do?
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Now we get ourselves all these farms set up.
Τέκτον. Λέγε. Προστέκτον. Προστέκτον.
Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Μα βούλομαι.
We can start including in Minotaur as well because we have a nice gold mine.
Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα.
GG. Oh. Having the restoration to counter Earth Monster. That was kind of big. The only thing I was missing was the hoplite upgrade. That was a little late, but I ran out of food. What was I supposed to do? He obviously also dropped a massive amount of villages on the tailwind to go for that. So I thought, why not? Should come around the right side with my Hippias. I went this way to check this out, but he was smart and moved away from it. But he did rotate literally all the way over to the other side of the map. Oh well. Definitely not easy, but Greeks got it all, man. You just have to have the right knowledge to do it, you know? I am somewhat ready for bed. Man, I'm tired. What are we gonna do? It's like 1 a.m. I just haven't been able to do these streams lately. Let's go another game. Let's see how we feel afterwards. Free for alls. We're doing free for alls tomorrow. We're doing free for alls tomorrow. And I play one Poseidon. I play random god when I'm playing on this account. So if we roll a god that you like, happy days. If we don't, then I'm sorry. One thing that I did way back in the day was I picked my god, and every time I picked my god, I had in the back of my mind, whether it was the case or not, I don't know, but it was the fact that it was in my mind, it was annoying me, was that I was getting counterpicked. Like stream sniped and then counterpicked. Because if you were watching the stream, you'd see which god that was picked. And then you would counterpick it. Or whoever would. Anyways. Neither here nor there. Whether it was happening or not is irrelevant to the fact that I felt like it was happening. And that in of itself was enough for me to say, okay, that's paranoia. What can I do about it? What can I control? And I said, well, if I play random, then they can't counterpick me. I'll get half of the games good for me, half of the games bad for me, but at least I won't get counterpicked every single game. And it got a lot more fun. Not that was like the first reason, and the second reason it got a lot more fun because it was like, well, every single game is now different, which was amazing. Because I think I played a ton of like Egyptian, and I was getting really good at Egyptian, right? But every game was the same. And if you keep on doing that, it's going to get boring eventually. But if you play random, then sure, you're going to have some games that are not so good, some games that are good, etc. Where is the fundamental Pegasus? I had one. I had enough scouting information. When I'm playing full serious, yeah. But when I play ranked games and I play full serious, I get tired super quickly. So it's better to be a little bit less crazy on that. Motaba. It's Tsukiyomi.
Junbi Kenchiku Tanto.
Nani? Maku ne. Ryo Tai. Nanda?
Okay, over onto this side. We do this. Do this, we do this. The cows over here.
Nanda?
Junbi dekita yo. Kenjiko.
It's gonna come this way and
Nani?
see what's behind my base. This is not the most efficient scouting pattern, but I am interested.
Shiji wa?
Nani?
Junbi kanryo.
The town center's not all that important.
Nanda? Makasero. Kari.
Ogre Bitten Helm is super nice.
準備完了。狩り。
These cows are going to be a big help. Got to be worried about a couple of things, I guess, in this one.
建築た採掘
Whether he plays second town center and I have to react, or
指示や狩り
指示は狩り。
if he plays for a classical fight, things like that.
なんだ建築た採掘。準備完了。なんだ了解。建築担当。
はい
指示は
採掘準備できたよ任せはい何了解何
I'm hoping I can get these. Normally, China has somewhat of an advantage, I think. Maybe not.
準備できたよ指示や了はい任せてなんだ了はい行くねはい何か
狩り狩り。
Huh?
準備完了。なんだ
I was like, why don't I have that? That's really weird.
準備できたよ指示ある了解神楽
なんだ建築採掘。
Hunt on that backside there. Okay, he's going that way.
はい了解。採掘。準備建築採掘。
I'll come over here and see if he's taking this town center or not. Either way, I need to drop the stable.
なんだ建築担当。建築担当。 指示は任せろ。行くかかり。
I'm not building villages!
なんだ任せて建築担当何
任務遂行。なんでしょう。はい了解しました。出発する。了解しました。ごしはい了解。向かう。任務向かおう。
準建築担当何行くね建築担当
準備完了。建築狩り。
なんだはいカールふふふふよかった時代ある
了解。はい。
雲に何を望むの
なんでしょう。準備はいなんです。了解しました。突撃を。なんです。前進任了解。出砲撃なんでしに向かおう。指示出はい了解。出発する。任務遂行。準向かおう。はいはいなんでしょう。なんです。突撃指示を了解。向か任務にご指示を。任務遂行指示を。了解。はい建築担当。
目糸をたどって
なんで承知
なん了解しました。
了解
なんです意義向かいます
何建築担当
なんだ任せろ。採掘。
ご指示私が参ります
任務に
準備で
従います。
きた任せてなんだ建築採掘
なんです。はい出発する。
指示
準備任務する。なんではい了解。出発向かおう。任務遂行。任務に向かおう。了解しました。指示はいなん向かおう。 指示に出発する。了解しました。了解。向かおう。
もうそふふいいわ
Okay. Here we go, next stage here.
指示を。任務遂行。了解。はい。了解。
準備今私が
なんでしょう
参ります。
任務遂行。了解しました。指示を出発する。行くぞ。はい。
甘く買います。
指示了解。任務にはい向かおう。なんです出発する。はい。了解。任務遂行。進め。了解しました。準備完了。戦闘開始。了解。はい。任務遂行。
ご命令を。意義なるよ。承知。
指示を向かおう。出発する。
あら
指示を任務遂行。はい。任務遂行。向かおう。
Let's have a look up here and see if he has taken the talent center or not.
今参ります。
何行くねはいガグ
準備完了。はい。向かおう。了解。任務遂行。了
No
解。
talent
向かおう
center.
出発する。はい。任務遂行。はい。
なんだ任せろ指示は木こり
何了解何行くね建築担当
指示を出発する。なんでしょう。了解しました。了解。出発する。向かおう。了解しました。任務遂行。はい。
なんだ任せ建築最
指示を了解。準備完。任務遂行。指示を向か出発する。です向かはい。任務了解しました。向かおう。準備完了。進め。
That's a village center?
了解。前進。
Okay.
任務に攻撃。
準備的指示ある細工
なんだはい最後
任務にし何でしょう。出発する。
なん今我がよかろう次は
指示を
行くぞ了解阻止するか
準備完了。はい。了解。
何準備細工何ガグ
なんです。出発する。任務遂行。向かはい。了解しました。突撃。ご指示を出発する。向かはい任務了出はい了向か任務了向か出はい了任務向かはい了向か了はい出はい任務指示を出発する。はい
指示木こり
準備完了。
何で向かいます。
了解しました。任務に従います。ご指示を向かはい出発する。任務遂行。了解。了解しました。
準備完建築単最後
なんです準備完了。なんで
ご
す
指示を私意義なし。
よかろういろ
何
んな
任せください。今承知。
Yeah, let's get this town center up.
なんだはい了解行くね任せて
I could go and plant a castle in his face.
建
ご
築担
指示をく
I
だ
don't,
さい。
I really don't know what I'm doing.
なんだ次準備よかろう
ご向かいます。準備了解。私が意義なし。
阻止するかない
何
なんだ建築担当は木こり
建築担
なんだ
当
参るぞ我が家いろんなない参るぞいろんなない我が家よく我が家
何です今了解。
何いろんなない参るぞよかろよか我が家準備開始任せろ家畜
なん向かおう。
承知。今参ります。
準備完了
ご指示を
は
準備。私が参ります。
参るぞ
なんで意義なし。私が参り了解。前へ。
次はな我が家
準備建築築
任せ
準備よかろ
ご指示をください。
なんだ
準備と向かいます。
次はなんだいろんなない我が家よかろ
何です今私が参ります。前進します。
阻止我が家準備はいろんなない参るぞなんだ
お任せ何でしょう。
よかろ次はなんだ
今参ります。異議なし。了解。今異議戦の時。
準備ですよっしゃらの国
死にはい
我が家いろなんだ
ご命令を。
任務に向かう。
何資料解建築担当何
なくそ建築担当
準備整いました。
よくないいろんですなんだよか指示建築担当
お任せください。了解。
準備は万端いろん参るぞ我が家撃てよかよし
今参ります。
建築
準備
担当
できたよ家畜
準備ご指示を。了解。異議向かいます。何でしょう。
準備完
何
建築担当
なんでご命令を。お任せ了解。ご指示私が異議私了今承知。準備整いました。
なんだ建築担
なんです。
当
はい。私が参ります。今参ります。異議切ります。戦の時。
いろんなメッセよ
了解。ご指示に出発向かおう。
なぜ了承知。
我が家
了解。攻撃前進。
向かい突撃
指
します。
示了解。攻撃はい進め戦闘開始。
了解。
準備はい前進何人了解。
異議私が
了
参ります
解しまし。た。はい任務遂行出発する。任務遂行了解しました。
今参ります
はい出発任務了解し
承知
ました。
異議なし。何です。準備了解ます。今異議今参ります。異議なし。ご指準備何です。了解。
なんだ建築担当
何でしょう。今また異議なし。何でしょう。指示買います。
任せて了
ご
解
命令を。
準備できいくね任せて
準備整います。何です。
指示は了解木こり
何でしょ
指示は建築担当
何建築担当何建築担当了解農作業
準備完了
Why didn't these
建
build?
築担当
なんだ建築指示ははい木こり建築木こり
う。任務に従います。
準備整いました
出発する。ご指示を。
何
なんで任務遂行突撃。はい了解しました。向かおう。
準備完了任せろ木こり了解
ご指示をください。
準備完了。指示出発戦闘開始。はい任務遂行。
何でしょう。
はい了解。ご指示向かう。準備了解了解しました。
ご
準備
命令を。
できたよ任せて建築担当何
なんでお任せください。
はいに向かおう。
もう準備はできてるわ。
なんだ
了解しました。
準備整いました。
Okay.
異議はいなんで
I
今
need
了
to look for another fight
お
here, I
任せくだ
think.
さい。
はい家畜
なんで
でしょう。
ご命令私が参ります。
建築担建築
なんで
担当
なんでしょう。了承知。お任せください。
了神楽指示ある神楽
準備整いました。異議なし。今向かいます。異議なし。了解。
はい任務遂行攻撃。はい出発する。了解向かおう。はい了解。任務はい了解しました。任務遂行はい了解。
今異議了解。ご指示をください。承知。
了解。はい任務遂行
向かいます。今参り
了
ます。
解しました。出発する。了解了解しました。はい任務向かおう。
私が
出
参ります
発す。る。はい了解しました。了解向かおう。
了解。異議な
はい
し。承知。前へ。切ります。今参ります。
出発する。
何行くね何任せて
了解任
なんで
せろ
お任せなんでしょうか。異議なし。
なんだはい準備了解
ご指導任務遂行
なんだ任せて
準備完了採掘
なんです。ご命令承知。なんでしょう。任せ今買います。戦の時。
なんです。
了解。
ご指示を。
何指示ある
準備完了。
ご命令を。
はい採掘
何建築担何神楽
準備なんでしょう。承知。
了解。出発する。向かおう。はい任務出発する。はい了解。に向かおう。
今私が異議なし。
準備できた建築担当
なんだ建築担当指示は建築
なんでしょう。私が参ります。
出発する。任務了解。はい了解しました。はいに向かおう。はい任務了解。任務はい。了解。 向かい
今
準
参ります
備完了採掘了解しました
なんだ
建築担当建築採
よ
掘
しご命令了解ます了解
いろんなない。
準備整いました
指示をはい向かおうなんですご指示を了解任務遂行任務に従います
何が
はい了解任務出発はい任務遂行
指よかろない。
指示を
異議なし今参ります
向かおう
なんだない。
指示を
は万端。
出発する了解しましたはい
指図するか。よかろ
任務に従います
異議なし
なんだ修羅の国。
建築担当
建築担当採掘準備建築担当採掘
次はなん指図参るぞ。よかろ我が駅次はなんだ
なんだ私任せ買います
なんだ
何いろん
準
なない。
備完了建築担当
建築担当採
何よかよか修羅の国。我が駅よかろ参るぞ。我が駅なんだ
私が全異議今参ります
なんだ指示を建築
次はなんだ
なんでしょう
ご指示を承知
指図するか。よかろいろんなない。参るぞ。我が駅なんだ
指示を
異議なし
了解に向かう了解はいに出発了解しました
私が参ります
いろ
なんだ
んなない。
了解細工建築担
指図
当
するか。何よか準備は参るぞ。よかろ参るぞ。我が駅いろんなない。
今参ります
指図るか
なんですはい
異議承知ご了解
何
なんで今参ります向かいます
次はなんだ我が駅
なんで異議なし
参るぞ
承知
出発する
なんだ了解行くね採
準備整いました
指示を
何行くね指示はい
任務準備完了建築担当だ準備完了了解向かおう行くぞ建築担当なんだ木こりはい建築担当任務はい任務指示を
異議なし
準備的建築採掘
任務に従
ご
います
指示を今向かいます私異議なし
指示了解任せ建築担当準備完了行くぞ
なんで了解今参りますまた今了解異議なし
指示ある
指示は建築担当建築担当
なんで準備整いました
何建築採掘
なん建
なん
築担
でなんでしょ
当
う了解私が今参りますごしなんでしょう向かいます今参ります
めっせよよし
了解了解任務遂行了
Oh,
解
that was bad.
はい任務遂行了解了解しました任務向かおうはい了解何でしょうはい任務了解しました
任せて
了解しました何です向かおう任務遂行はい行くぞ任せろ準備完了木こり建築担当
指示をわしがやろう。用意。
指示は何で建築担当
わし何事じゃ
向。かおうご指示を
何か。
出発する
指示戦の
任務遂行了解しましたはい了解任務遂行向かおう
戻るぞ。
なんだ
指示は建築担当
礼を聞こう。何事じゃ。音声。
はい出発はい
何
ご指示を任務遂行
何了解建築担当
Okay, doesn't matter. We got through it
了
all.
解しました進め任務に従います準備完了建築担当木こり
何か。あそこへ。よかろ。
何でしょう指示はい任務遂行はい戦闘撃何です了解しました出発するはい突撃
用意はわしがやろう。
なんだ任せ採掘 何でしょう。
指示を申す。
任務に従います。指示を。任務進め。はい、戦闘開始。
準備できたよ。はい何レオなんだ何行くね準備任せて。指示ある建築機構なんだ建築担当機構
指示。はい、建築工理。準備完了。指示を。了解。
何はい了解。何任せて。はい
何でしょう。任務に従います。攻撃。進め。準備指示を。はい、了解しました。了解。任務。はい、向かおう。了解。了解。はい、向かおう。了解。出発する。出発する。向かう。任務了解。はい、了解しました。
指示ある機構
何でしょう。何でしょうか。準備し任務に従います。
なんだ準備できたよ。行くはい了解。
何でしょ
任せて。
う。準備完了。出発する。何で準備向かおう。
指示ある
任務に従い
Help
ます。
you.
準備建築担当。了解しました。任務向かおう。はい、出発準備完了。任務遂行。指示は任せろ。
なんだ行くね
任務に指示を。出発する。了解。任務前進。了解。出発。任務遂行。指示を。準備完了です。向かおう。何で了解。進め。何です。指示を。任務に従います。任務遂行。
準備で建築担当。
指示を。準備完了。はい。出発する。了解。任務了解。了解し。了解。突撃。任務遂行。了解。はい。なんだ。建築担当。準備完了。了解しました。なんでしょう。向かおう。出発する。了解。行くぞ。はい。なんです。はい。了解。
何了解。
指示はなんだ。建築担当。了解しました。はい。出発する。向かおう。了解。了解。任務遂行。攻撃。了解しました。向かおう。了解。了解しました。
指示やはい再
なんでしょう。準備完了。準備任せろ。なんで任務遂行。光行くぞ。建築担当。はい、建築担当。了解。はい、出発する。はい、任務遂行。準備建築担当。建築担当。任務に従います。なんです。了解しました。なんでしょう。指示を。準備完了。はい、出発する。了解しました。向かおう。任務遂行。
I keep on forgetting to use this god power. Hey.
了解任せて行くね建
指
築担
示を出発する。任務なんです。向かおう。準備完了。了解しました。何でしょう。はい、向かおう。指示は
指示ある何
採掘。任務なんで出発する。指示任務戦闘開始。はい。了解。向かおう。任務遂行。了解。向かおう。はい。出発する。了解します。はい。向かおう。任務遂行。任務向かおう。
はい了解任せて
用意出るぞ。任せて。
はい。了解。向かおう。了解。出発する。はい。出発する。了解。向かおう。任務遂行。はい。了解。出発する。了解します。向かおう。出発。はい。任務遂行。はい。出発。了解。指示を。了解しました。出発する。
よし。
なんだ。採掘。準備指示を。指示。はい。任務に従います。撃て。了解。はい。採掘建築担当。
何行くねはい行く了解任せて
向かおう。
向かおうぞ。
Alright.
何でしょう。
Let me in.
準備完了。攻撃。戦闘開始。任務遂行。任務に従います。
何だ。行くぞ。突撃だ。
了解。なん出発する。了解しました。前進。任務。はい。
準備敵対家具が何
GG. Very, very strange village center. I did not expect the village center here in the slightest. I did not expect the village center here in the slightest. I was like, if he's going to go town center, I'm going to drop a town center. I'm just going to play that way. But he went village center. So I also didn't even notice that he got heroic age for Fey Beasts. We almost got destroyed by that Fey Beasts. I got a little bit lucky on the whole thing, to be honest. Could have gone a lot worse. Thanks, John, for the raid. I hope your stream went well. Is the fundamental series continuing spontaneously in the next days, or will there be another fixed date? Well, I've done the games up to 1500. I've done one of every civ. So the next logical thing would be for doing the sort of style of play versus a high level player, or something like that. But yeah, I think for the moment here, the fundamentals is gonna quieten down a bit. I don't think I'm gonna do any more. I don't like favor with the Japanese. Well, against China, they have a lot of anti-myth units. I did build 4 Tengu, and they got a lot of value getting raids off, but I knew I was behind on income by a lot, and I didn't think the myth units would help me out. But I probably would have gone into more favor if I had like the mental to do it, not to think about it in the game. I would have gone into more, but I didn't have the mental to do it. I think that might be me done for today, guys. I said that before that game, but I pushed through and played, and I think I might be done now. I'm gonna send you all over to Motaba, who will have his vengeance. We just played him. And I'll see y'all later. Bye for now. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.